Welcome to the April 28th meeting of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board of Education. Superintendent, take the roll.
Mr. Reed?
Here.
Mr. Hoover? Mr. Park?
Here.
Mr. Short?
Here.
Mr. Hui? Here.
All right. We will be adjourning to closed session, and for the public's benefit, we will be back at 6 p.m. sharp. Thank you. All right, welcome back from closed session. If you would please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A broadcast and recording is being made at the discretion of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. The meeting is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. If any member of the board uses obscenity, if any member, that too, right. If any member of the public or board uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency, and all comments submitted to the board by 3 p.m. today have been read per Brown Act. The board is not allowed to enter into a two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. We did not receive any public comments, written public comments by 3 p.m. today, but Superintendent, will you take the roll?
Student Board Member Gao. Here. Mr. Reed.
Here.
Mr. Hoover.
Here.
Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Short.
Here.
Mr. Dewey. Here. All are accounted for. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Reporting out of closed session, Superintendent.
We have no action to report out of closed session.
Okay, thank you. Oh. Can we tell? Okay. Thank you. All right, Roman numeral 6, adoption of agenda. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
She said it first. So
Yes, Board Member Gao,
Say second then.
second by Mr. Short. Superintendent.
Ms. Gao?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, next is special presentations, students. Superintendent.
Yes, this evening, our student advisory board members are joining our student board member, Ms. Gao, in highlighting the first annual student forum that was held last week. But there was a lot of work leading up to that involved a student survey that created some of the topics that were discussed, but they did an amazing job, and I want to thank them for their work and their organization, but also creating an avenue for student voice to be heard and how we create some actionable steps going forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Gao.
Thank you. If you guys want to come up. So these are 3 of our wonderful student advisory board representatives. Disha Nambiar from Folsom High School, Lexi Biagetti from Vista Del Lago, and Ria Srivastav from Vista Del Lago. And today they'll be highlighting the student survey that was sent out a few weeks prior to the student forum to get a good idea of the type of structures and issues we'd like to cover in our breakout rooms, as well as an overview of the issues that students voiced and some of the solutions that were suggested at our student forum last week. So with that, I'll turn it over to Disha to give us a little bit of background on the student survey.
Thank you, Alice. So I'm just going to go over some survey demographics. So we had about 1,163 survey respondents, so that was a large pool of people to hear back from. So this was open to all FCUSD secondary school students, and if we look at the chart up there, you can see that the majority of respondents were from Mills Middle School and Folsom Middle School, with a large population of Vista Del Lago also represented. So one of the questions we asked was, as an individual, how impactful do you feel your voice is in raising awareness or advocating for important issues within your class? So we rated this on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being no impact and 5 being a very large impact. As you can see, most of the results were around a 3 and a 2, so students felt like their voice was had a bit of an impact. We asked this question on a broader scale of within the school. As you can see, there was a lot more 1s and 2s with this response, so students feel like they have less of a impact within their school. And then when we asked this question on a broader scale of the district, you can see there's a lot more 1s and 2s than before. There's actually more 1s than any other response. So students feel like that they have a very small impact on the issues and of raising awareness within their district.
I'm just going to go over the student issues. We asked a wide range of questions in our survey, and these were some of the issues that were prevalent in the responses from students. So first off is the dress code. A lot of students felt that the dress code was very unfairly targeting female students. Next is bathrooms. Students thought that it was stressful that oftentimes bathrooms are locked or unhygienic, like not really clean and not accessible, and this is not good. This is an issue within the student population. Another issue was issues with teachers. Students felt that there was not really an outlet to resolve issues with teachers. It's hard with that power imbalance to have your voice heard when you have issues with students or admin or staff or adults on campus. Another issue that students saw was student punishment. They felt that administration, when punishing students, often focus on punishing the students themselves rather than examining the cause of issues and maybe helping them to resolve the root cause rather than just punishing the students themselves. And just to continue on with more issues, students felt that homework was a big issue. They thought that there was an overwhelming amount of homework that was really stressful, especially for students with extracurricular activities and jobs and siblings that they have to take care of and things like that. And then another issue was sexual harassment. This was very prevalent in middle schools, and many female students felt sexually harassed on their campuses, which is an issue. And then another issue that they found was district communication. Students felt that as individuals, it was very hard to communicate with the district. They felt very isolated. They didn't really have that sort of form of communication with the district. And then another issue was peer harassment. This is very broad. Bullying, topics like homophobia, racism, ableism, sexism, prevalent in peer-to-peer interactions. So these were just a few of the student issues, the ones that were most prevalent.
So we also asked students what changes they would make to improve their school culture and climate. So one of the things that was brought up a lot was accountability. So students felt like when they reported an issue, especially to the district, they never got a response back to what the process was of handling the issue. So one student said, quote, "It feels like nothing is being done, even though I'm sure something is being done." And that was in relation specifically to a sexual harassment incident where they reported something and they felt like there was no response back from the district on how they were handling it. Again, with the dress code, students report feeling discomfort with the dress code. One student said, "If I didn't have to constantly worry about what I wear and just express myself as I want." Another issue was the harassment and bullying that we discussed earlier. So students are concerned about sexual harassment and bullying, and they were looking to have more education and prevention on their campuses. And then also students talked about having more affinity groups and recognition. So they want space to be able to share and celebrate their culture. So they suggested things like culture days, international days, and stuff like that, so that they can feel like their campus is more inclusive to their diverse backgrounds. One student said, "I have friends who get upset because they feel like they're different and their backgrounds aren't being considered here." And that was specifically an English learner student who felt like they didn't have a place on campus. And then finally, curriculum and diversity. Students mentioned that they wish to see more diverse curriculum and teaching staff. So we also asked students what kinds of programs would help them resolve some of the issues that we mentioned earlier. So some of the things that they mentioned were, again, having affinity groups. So students mentioned that programs like Gay Straight Alliance, Black Student Union, Girls Club, and Muslim Student Association helped them feel more included and gave them community of people that they could relate to and speak to. And then also students mentioned having mental health supports. So having a mental health specialist and counseling service gave them a place to speak about to safely speak about their experience and also learn learn more about mental health, and specifically students mentioned that having places where they could speak about their mental health confidentially, so if they have an issue with safety with a parent at home or something like that, they can assure that a counselor is going to provide them with confidential mental health services. And then also they talked about extracurricular activities, so things like sports, art, theater, and special interest clubs like coding help them create bonds between students. Having in-school support time, so programs like Flex at Vista allow students time to get access to academic support and also to join clubs and activities that they can't access after school, which is really helpful for students who might have jobs or siblings to take care of. And then also finally was peer-to-peer support, so we have things like Web, Subcrew, and Link Crew, where we have the upper grade students helping lower grade students, and people said that that was really helpful for them to feel more connected to their peers.
So that, so that was all data that we collected via our student survey, and looking at those issues and the types of things that students wanted to see on our campus, we structured many of our breakout rooms around that, and our SAB reps actually mediated those rooms, and it was, the goal was very action-oriented, so identifying an issue within the broader topic, and then what solutions or action steps that students wanted to see that issue resolved. So Lexi, if you wanted to take over.
So the first breakout room was teacher accountability. This also includes other adults on campus like staff, admin, etc. So students felt that because of the power disparity, they felt talked down to when they had an issue or frustration with a teacher. They felt dispersonalized and instant student-teacher interactions. So if a student was frustrated with a teacher, they just felt that they really didn't have any way to solve this issue. There was no outlet for them to go to. They felt they had a lack of voice. That was kind of like the overall gathering from this breakout room. A big thing about this was that if we were to have a solution to this, a way for students to resolve issues with teachers and staff, they would want to remain anonymous because, again, with someone like your teacher, you don't really want them to know that you have an issue with them because they're the one that's grading you. That was a big problem with this. So, yeah, overall, students just wanted a way to express their frustrations and have people hear them about teacher issues, and they would want to stay anonymous. So what was proposed as a solution was a kind of anonymous teacher feedback reporting mechanism, similar to the anonymous bullying reporting that is on the district website currently and on school websites. So this would be similar to that, but more related to issues with teachers or staff or admin or, adults on campus. Students wanted these concerns to be filtered through admin because they felt that if these concerns were told to the teachers by admin, they would be taken more seriously, and the students' concerns would be more taken into account by the teachers if they were just to come from students directly. To file a concern or an issue or frustration, students would need a student ID or proof of student status just to make sure that it is actually students who are reporting these issues or reporting these frustrations. But of course it would remain anonymous, so the student's name would not be on the concern. And this would just basically be an accessible way for students to have a voice in their instruction, to be able to express their frustrations with their teachers, which is not currently something that we can do at the moment, so yeah.
So another one of our breakout rooms was campus safety. So some of the issues that were discussed were substance use. So students felt like there was a lack of education related to substance use, and they felt that punitive actions do not effectively solve the problem. So like we talked about earlier, they were talking a lot about how looking at like substance abuse issues at their root. So if a student is struggling with something and they use drugs as a way to cope, they were hoping to see more assistance for those kinds of students rather than just a slap on the wrist or a suspension or expulsion or something like that. Because they felt like that wasn't the most effective way of handling it. And then also students talked about physical safety. So students mentioned that they felt overcrowded in the hallways, especially on the middle school level. They felt like they were being pushed around, hit by doors and things like that in the hallways, especially during the passing periods. And then also students mentioned anxiety related to shooting and weapon threats, which they said that they've seen a high volume of, especially on social media over the last couple of years. And they also felt like they had a lack of voice, especially related to safety. They felt felt like if they did speak up about an issue related to safety, no real action would be taken. And then they also felt like any of the forums or committees related to safety were not accessible to the general student population. So some of the solutions that we came up based off of that was to improve rehabilitation services. So students felt like they would, if they had improved access to substance use rehabilitation programs, that would more effectively deter youth from substances. And they specifically recommend the confidential rehabilitation services, so for youth who want help without parental knowledge. And then also students mentioned that they would feel more physically safe if they had close relationships with their campus monitors. And some students specifically referenced having more diverse campus monitors because they felt like that would help them build relationships. And then also people talked about peer-to-peer conflict mitigation. So like we mentioned earlier, having things like Link and Web, where older students are helping younger students make them feel more safe, and they wanted to see those programs expanded. And then finally, communication. So if we could have some kind of anonymous report form for safety issues, like we mentioned with the last breakout room, that would help them be able to report issues that they feel unsafe with. And then also they talked about having more student forums that were more accessible. So if they could be regular, so that students could regularly bring up their grievances, that would be helpful for them. And then finally, just improving access to communication with the district and the board.
And our final breakout room was about racism in schools, but it kind of broadened out to just bigotry and like students' experiences with homophobia, racism, sexism, etc. So the first thing that many students mentioned was microaggressions. Many students stated that they felt victim to casual racist sentiments or sexist sentiments that just weren't really treated or treated negatively or looked at from a negative lens from classmates or faculty. Additionally, religious insensitivity, specifically to Muslim students on campus, they face insensitive comments, stereotypes, and generalizations. And finally, social segregation. A lot of students mentioned that friend groups and social interactions on campus tend to be limited with students from similar backgrounds, such as like race, ethnicity, gender, sexuality. So some proposals that came with that. So peer-to-peer groups, similar to the ones that we mentioned about school safety, students thought they'd feel more welcome where they discuss these kind of issues in conversation groups, maybe in things like homeroom or I guess volunteer groups, but students mentioned that they'd feel like they'd have a larger community within school and outside of school if they got to meet students that are from different backgrounds than them. Additionally, student presentations in homerooms, historical presentations such as on racism or issues in our society. A lot of students mentioned that these would broaden the conversation in the classroom and educate students on issues that might not be brought up through curriculum. Student surveys, similar to the one that we sent out about just that feedback form, students mentioned that they really enjoyed filling that out and felt like they had more of a voice through that form. So maybe more student surveys for specific issues on campus would really benefit that issue. And then finally, classroom guided conversations. Teachers could present different topics in their respective subjects, so something in science or history or math about inequality in society regarding that issue. Students believe they'll have a more open-minded conversation and learn about more perspectives on those problems. And yeah, so
yeah, that's our presentation. And if we have any questions, we can field those now.
Questions?
Yes, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, yes, Mr. Clark, go ahead.
Yeah, can we go back to page 9? I was looking at the affinity groups. I thought some of the schools, and correct me if I'm wrong, has the LGBTQ or the Gay Straight Alliance. I know Folsom has a Black Student Union. Cordova has one, and I believe they do. I'm not sure of the Muslim support, but my question would be, how do our students start those clubs? How do they get interest? Do they do it during a club rush day, or how does that work?
So for specifically for Folsom High, I know that it's predominantly you have to find a club advisor through a teacher or some kind of staff at our school, and then you have to get a couple of signatures from the school. So it's not very difficult, but a lot of students that I've talked to privately that want to start affinity groups have mentioned that they feel discouraged by a lack of, I guess, advertisement or interest from the students or from club advisors on campus, especially because a lot of teachers today are advising 3 to 4 clubs on their own. It's very hard to start a club because there's a large overpopulation of those clubs. If you have any
Okay, question, does it have to be a teacher? Could it be a classified? Could it be a parent volunteer? How would that work?
Yeah, I think it has to be a teacher because they need a space to meet. And then another
Right.
problem I was going to mention with that is I think with a lot of the clubs, students feel like they're required to like submit monthly things to the school very often. And it can just seem like a big time commitment, especially when students don't have the in-school support time. So things like flex or lunch is the only time during school where they can have clubs like that. So having talked to students at Cordova, the only time that they're able to meet is after school, which is obviously inaccessible for a lot of students. So I think that's a big problem with that.
All right.
Yeah, and another thing I'll say about that as well is a lot of the affinity groups, like I know the ASU, the Asian Student Union at Folsom High School, wasn't able to find like an Asian teacher to be a advisor. So there's also not the lack of diversity in like the teaching staff also affects how those clubs are created.
And we do have
course.
some clubs that are run by classified staff too. Probably more by
Yeah,
teachers, but we
that
do
was
have
my main question,
classified
if
as well.
there was the possibility. Okay, well, great, thank you.
Mr. Hui?
Yeah, well, I guess first to comment, I just want to thank you guys for all this work. I know it was an extraordinary amount of time you've put into this and resource you've put into this. I mean, it definitely strikes me that students are going to be much more open to speaking with fellow students. And so we get to see a side of our schools that we might not otherwise get to see. And I appreciate all the work you put into that. I also love this vision. It seems like it's kind of maybe heading this way of, it seems like maybe a good first step is offering some of these anonymous reporting systems. I'd love to be able to explore that more, but really just also very interested in that vision, kind of continuing on to, people being empowered to even host restorative conferences when a student's been hurt by a teacher or offended by a teacher. And I love the thought of a campus that everybody has enough buy-in in the campus that the teachers would be able to handle that as well as the students. So I'd appreciate you speaking up for, it's probably not where we are right now because students aren't, that would take a huge amount of courage on their part to be able to talk with a teacher that way, but I would love for us to be able to head that direction. So thanks you guys for your work and looking forward to seeing what more we can do with this.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark? I'm sorry, Mr. Short.
Yeah, I just also want to think this is very impressive. This kind of reminds me of the safety committee, though, but all this that we see here kind of ties into what we're talking in the safety committee, the social emotional side of things, proactive measures to help the social mental health of kids is really important. So a lot of times we talk about safety, it's usually way ahead of that before something happens. So again, the bullying and also the harassment part, we got to have something that has an avenue for you guys to have a voice. So I really appreciate this, and hopefully we can move forward on some type of program here in the near future, hopefully soon. Thank you.
Mr. Hoover?
Thank you. Just again, thank you for this presentation. I think, so can you give me some examples on the homework piece? Because I know you mentioned it kind of near the beginning of the presentation, but what are some of the concerns surrounding homework?
I believe it was mostly just like the amount of it. I understand that when students sign up for harder courses, they kind of like buy into that amount of homework, but students just really expressed that they felt very overloaded with it. They were really stressed out, especially when they had things like extracurricular activities like sports outside of school, maybe not sports like clubs or other extracurricular activities. Some students had like siblings that they had to take care of and things like that, just kind of out of school commitments, and they felt really overloaded with the homework load. Staying up really late and trying to cram in all that homework. It was just really more of like a stress factor with students. I felt that was.
If I could just add on, so a lot of other responses on the student forum said that they felt that the the homework workload was disproportionate to the work that they were doing in classes. So a lot of students felt like the teachers were relying on the homework to kind of teach the students the course material rather than what they do in class.
Okay, yeah, that's a really really great point. So thanks for sharing that, because I do think there's a lot of and obviously class time is limited as well, but I know that students oftentimes like doing more in class anyway, because then they can ask questions and get answers and not have to ask their dumb parents, but who don't know how to answer the questions. But that is not personal at all. Or relatable. And can you give me some examples on, and I have heard this dress code issue before and kind of the inequity of it. So can you give me some examples on how, you think that could be improved, I guess, just so that we have something a little more tangible?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I've noticed, and I know that Vista doesn't have this policy anymore, but when I was in my freshman year, they had orange like penal code shirts, so it looked like a jumpsuit, like a prison jumpsuit, which was kind of, I guess, embarrassing for a student to have to feel like they're covering up their bodies, and then on top of that, everyone knows that they are, and I think the fact that it was just a weird approach to that, and I know that Vista doesn't do it anymore, but I think having things like that can make it feel very isolating to be a student. And then I don't know exactly what the solution is, but a lot of students were talking about not having a dress code at all because they felt like the current one is a box normally, which is meant to be more inclusive, but at the same time, like a lot of the female students mentioned that a lot of the clothes that they wear just happen to not fit within the dress code, and they felt like their body shouldn't be policed when they come onto campus. They should be able to wear whatever they feel comfortable in without having to worry about, how a teacher might feel about it, and, the way that other people are perceiving them, because a lot of the reasoning behind it tends to be, we don't want to distract the male peers in the class and things like that, which is rooted in, obviously, sexism and misogyny.
If I could add on to that, so I know the middle school dress code is a lot more strict than the high school dress codes. When I was in middle school at Sutter Middle School, they didn't allow us to wear rips in our jeans, and there was this one day I think they dress coded about 56 girls in one day. They ran out of shorts. They had to go to Goodwill and buy more. So it's things like where it's incredibly strict on just the girls on campus, while the boys have like much less of a dress code. They don't really have to worry about what they wear. And I guess that's more of an issue for the that I saw more in middle school, where everyone was always worried about, oh, am I going to get dress coded today? It felt like the campus monitors were actively looking for students to just like dress code it, like a power dynamic. So,
and then I also know at Folsom Middle they don't allow students to wear leggings with shirts that are not past like their hips. So like if you're wearing, like, it happens all the time.
Okay. Is the dress code clearly communicated at the beginning of school, or is that or is it posted anywhere?
I know the high school ones are pretty clear. They have it on like all the walls. I don't really have an issue with the high school one. I feel like it's pretty straightforward, but for middle school, that actually started because of no one knew what the dress code was, and they were kind of just like creating rules as it went on. They're like, oh, you can't wear shirts that don't cover your hips.
Got it. Okay, so it's a little more subjective, or okay.
I'll also say that while it's communicated at like the high school level, it's like in our student handbook and that type of thing. A lot of students have the concern that it's policed differently on different people's bodies. So students, that are built differently might be more prone to being dress coded than the same piece of clothing on a different student.
Interesting. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then my last probably question. Would any of you say that cell phone use is creating issues with connection on campus? I know there seems to be, I mean, one of the more concerning trends I think in your presentation is just kind of this lack of connection, particularly between, I think you mentioned at the end, between, people of different races and, which I do think we need to do more to bring people together in that regard. But would you say that like cell phone use and things like that are creating kind of making it more difficult for students to connect, or, you know, for time to connect, or what would you say about that?
I feel like it was more of something that we saw with, I guess, like COVID and online school. I can attest to it that I started only talking to the same 5 people over and over again. Alice, one of them. But I think that a lot of students are kind of set in their own friend groups, and they don't really want to branch out because it's kind of like a safety net. I think that with time we'll see it to start, I guess, fluctuating a bit more. Students will start meeting different people. But just, I think, especially right now, like this year being back in person since, I guess, 1.5 years online, students slowly have to like get used to broadening their horizons, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and I would add, I think maybe cell phones honestly like help more with the connectivity issue, because I think students are able to interact with peers in a way that they don't normally in person and face to face. And I think it's more of a systemic issue, the connectivity piece of it. I think it's more of a systemic issue where students feel like they can't relate to their peers of different races and different sexualities and things like that, because there is a lack of education within our school district about systemic racism and things like that. And I think that causes more of a divide. And I would argue that I think phones allow students to I guess learn about other people's opinions better, which I would say improves the connectivity.
Okay. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. Was this the first year that you've done something like this, or is this the first year you presented it to the board?
This is our first year doing this.
Is this going to be an annual?
Hopefully.
Yeah, I would encourage you to do this annually. I think, and to ask similar questions, because it'll be interesting to see how over time as a district we're doing. I think we can take a lot of this information that you're presenting, have conversations with the administration, look at some of our board policies, have conversations with our teachers and figure out, how we can improve the environment for our students. I mean, students are very important for the school district, obviously. Question, survey audience, was it grades 9 through 12? Was it grades 6 through 12? What was the audience?
It was all secondary school, so it was like 6 through 12.
Okay, and how was the spread among the schools?
So we made a demographic chart. It's mostly middle school responses, so Mills Middle School and Folsom Middle School were the primary respondents, but we got a significant amount of responses from Vista Del Lago and a good amount from the other high schools, but predominantly it was middle school.
What do you think explains the large response from the middle schools?
Yeah, I can answer that. So we sent it out to all of our schools, and it was just distributed differently per school. And that's, I would say, a large portion of it. Also, a lot of the high schoolers, it wasn't like given during advisory period. It was something you have to do outside of it, and it is a pretty lengthy survey. So that could explain some of the lack of high school response as well.
Okay, on slide, I guess it's slide 6. If we could turn there. So, actually, I'm happy you brought up the issue of dress code. And I can tell you firsthand, a friend of mine who has a son in one of our high schools. I won't say which high school, but one of our high schools. He was walking out the door with a T-shirt where his midriff was showing. And his mom said, wait, where are you going? He said, well, I'm going to school. And she's like, not like that. And he's like, what's wrong? He says, well, you're showing your abs. And she's like, that can't be dress code. And his response to her was, they only card the girls on that. They never card the boys. So I think, that is a legitimate complaint from our female students. I think part of that is perhaps training with those at the schools who are enforcing their dress code. But if we have a dress code, it needs to be enforced uniformly doesn't matter based on race, doesn't matter based on sex. It needs to be enforced, or, to your point, then don't have a dress code if you can't enforce it uniformly. But I just wanted to reiterate, I think that was a valid observation that was made by the students. Let's see, slide, district communication, maybe it's slide 7. Can you tell me a little bit more about the district communication? How would you want the district to communicate better, do you think, with students?
I think that it was majority like an issue of students felt like they were uninformed on what was going on around our school, around our district as a whole. I think that maybe, turnout at like student board member meetings or more surveys where students can voice their opinions, and I guess we present it to the the Board of Education could really benefit students, because they just feel like they don't really know what's going on within the district, and the district doesn't really know what's going on with it for them specifically. So I think just more of like a two-way communication on both sides would be important, and like groups of students like us who relay that information back and forth is what most students wanted.
And I also think a lot of the time students are expected to go to the board if they have an issue, but I think in a lot of ways students would benefit if the board came to them or if district administration came to them, because I think for a lot of students coming to board meetings is inaccessible if they can't get a ride here, or if they can't make the virtual option because they have a job or something like that. We also have a lot of committees which are open to students, but most students just don't even know that they exist. So I think making sure that students are aware of those things and that they're accessible to them, whether that be an in-school time for them to attend a committee meeting or, making sure that everything is available to them virtually, I think, or they don't have to attend a meeting, or they can submit something virtually about what issues they're facing. I think that would be helpful.
And adding on to that, maybe I know our school, we send out an agenda of things that are going on at our school every month. If we could do that for every board meeting, just kind of like an agenda of what happened, meeting minutes, so that students know what topics were tackled at the meeting and what concerns they might want to bring up at the next one.
I'm wondering, and I can only speak to Folsom High School since my children go to Folsom High School, but I know Principal Cadenhead sends out every Friday a link, a YouTube link, where he has like a 5 or 6 minute kind of presentation or I guess chat with the students about things that are coming up, things to prepare for, things to be thinking about. I've always been very impressed with that. I'm not sure, Superintendent, do the other principals do something similar to that every Friday?
Yeah, I know at Vista we do have
You
something
do?
similar,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And do you find that helpful, that information?
Yeah, I'm going to be completely honest. I didn't really used to watch them, but my mom sends them to me every Friday and makes me watch them.
I do the same thing.
They're pretty informative if I actually watch them. Yeah.
Which was, it's the exact same thing happens in my household. I'm I text them to my children saying, you need to watch this. It was a good one today. So I don't know, maybe there's ways that we can, help promote some of our existing resources with students, as well as create some new ones as well. But I think there are some wonderful resources that we currently do, or we could potentially improve on, and to the points that you're making. Let's see, slide 12. So this one I have to, I guess maybe comment on a little bit. I'm just wondering, could there potentially be a different approach rather than an anonymous feedback? Wouldn't another potential solution would be to work with students and give them the tools to improve their communications with teachers and make them feel more confident in having one-on-one conversations with their teachers. I'm just concerned that anonymous surveys creates a very adversarial relationship, and actually things could potentially even get worse Whereas I think, especially as students are young adults and they're growing into adulthood and be, employed in jobs, I mean, you don't necessarily have anonymous, complaints about your boss. One of probably the most helpful skill sets for a person to learn is how to engage in productive communications with different people. People are all different styles, different personalities, different temperaments, and we live in a very diverse world, and we need to learn how to communicate with a whole bunch of people. Some people you like a lot, some people you don't. But I'm just wondering if maybe a different approach would be to help provide the students the tools and the confidence to engage in those types of conversations. And I think the students might be very surprised at the outcome of that. So I don't know, just a thought. Maybe there's a different angle that you might take to anonymous surveys.
Yeah, I definitely think that that's a good point, that, what you said about how there's not really an anonymous tip for, reporting issues about your boss. But a lot of, the majority of the survey results did come from the middle school. So, these are a little bit younger students. So maybe that's another reason to have a more accessible way if students feel uncomfortable talking to their teachers or their admin with such that large age gap. When you're in high school, it might be a little bit different because you're a little bit older, more mature. You're starting to get into the workforce and things like that.
That's a good point.
I think that mostly something online, something anonymous would just be overall more accessible to more students. Like you said, it's hard to kind of get that confidence to talk to someone who's superior, someone who's responsible for grading you, and having that one-on-one conversation. You need a certain confidence in yourself, and I just feel like it would be more accessible to more students if it was some sort of online application or some sort of anonymous application. We would just get more participation. Also, I feel like the issue is that students just aren't comfortable voicing their opinion straight to their teacher. It is important, I agree. It is important to build that kind of relationship. I just feel like it would not be as accessible, especially, I'm not really sure what you're proposing in terms of lessons to kind of build that character of the student. I know in our advisory classes we have lessons for mental health and things like that. And a lot of times students just kind of don't listen, don't really care enough to actually take the advice that the videos give them and things like that. So I'm not sure what that would look like. But I do agree that in-person kind of communication would be beneficial, but I do believe that the online anonymous mechanism would be more accessible to more students.
Okay. All right, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. And I really appreciate this feedback. And quite frankly, it doesn't need to be once a year. Although I think having this annual survey, making it an annual survey, will be very informative. But yes, 100%, we need to keep the lines of communication going throughout the year, and not just one time of the year. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Staff presentation. Superintendent.
Yes, tonight FCLA will be introducing our leadership from Folsom Hills Elementary to share some of their highlights of interventions and what they're doing in creating SEL as a bridge to educational equity. So Dr. Daniels, introduce Ms. Hemrick.
Good evening, everyone. And I also, Alice, want to, as a principal at one of those schools, want to thank you and the Student Advisory Board for that information. I think it's very valuable. So I want to say good evening to everyone, President Reed, and hello virtually, Mr. Clark up there, Superintendent, and the rest of the board. Tonight, FCLA is returning to sharing how our school sites are addressing, how they are meeting the vision of SEL as a bridge toward educational equity. And tonight we have Principal Hamrick here from Folsom Hills Elementary to share what is happening on their campus. So I would like to turn it over to her on behalf of FCLA. So, Monica?
Good evening, President Reed, Dr. Collegian, and school board members. Thank you. My name is Monica Hemrick, and I'm the principal at Folsom Hills. Oh, thank you. And I'm thrilled to be here this evening. When Terry Daniels asked if I would speak kind of under the umbrella of social emotional learning, I was like, okay, I'm going to get my kids and we're going to come with a group. And I kept brainstorming. And to be honest, the thing I kept coming back to was how proud I am this year of the role of our intervention teacher on campus and the social emotional supports that role is providing to our students post-pandemic. So I thought, if that's what I feel, if that's what's coming to me, that's what I'm gonna come in and talk about today. So over the years, we've had intervention teachers. They were on site, and then we did not have intervention teachers, and they've come back again. And prior to the pandemic, when we had intervention teachers on site, not always, I'm kind of generalizing, but students would go to the intervention teacher. They would come out of class, go to the intervention teacher. The intervention teacher would kind of be looked at as like, fix these kids, or intervention, give them intervention and then put them back in the classroom. It was very isolated and separated. And I'm here to tell you that that's not the case right now. And post-pandemic, our intervention looks very different, and I'm very excited just to give you a little insight into that. So currently, we're all aware, coming out of the pandemic, that students need more support than ever. And we have provided them a safe place in what we call our Fox block. We don't tell students they're going to intervention. We are the Folsom Hills Foxes, and they go to Fox block. That is their intervention time. And during Fox block, they get the confidence and tools that they need to achieve. Let me explain what that looks like a little bit in terms of creating a successful intervention program. We identify students by using our data. We look at standards, what specific essential standard do those students need? We create small groups based on that data, and we use guaranteed and viable curriculum in order to provide that intervention. This year, we've gotten some professional development. We had a group that was able to go to Phoenix to get some PLC training at a conference. We've had some lead teacher. We work with Second Step. But more than anything, we're working on building our community growth mindset and really building relationships. So let me give you an example. If you have 4 third grade teachers, which I currently do, then we have an intervention teacher. So that creates 5 groups. And we're able to look at the students, look at an essential standard, and we're able to divide up our third graders among 5 groups. And so we're really able to give the students what they need during this Fox block time. This takes place outside of the core curriculum. Every student deserves to receive instruction in core curriculum. During Fox block's time, it's a time that we pause during the day and we give the students what they need. So students get up and they move and they rotate to the different classrooms. We're able to then extend students who need extension. We're able to give students who maybe need just a little bit repeat of a standard, of an essential standard, a repeat. And so far, all the way down to an intervention group where students are able to go to Fox block and to get intervention. And what we're seeing right now more than anything is that students need those safe spaces, specifically intervention, to just take a breath and just to admit, I need help. I don't know this standard. I need it again, and I need it one more time, and I need it differently. And that intervention provides that for students, which is so, so valuable. Our intervention teacher works with, we try and keep that group small as we can, because of those students who need the most intervention. But I will tell you that students love going to Fox block. If you think there's a stigma attached to intervention support, we don't see it, because every student is getting up and moving. And so students don't really realize, although they do, they know, the students who need help, they know that they're going to get support from that intervention teacher. But they feel good about it because, again, they can relax a little bit, and that just really helps their social emotional learning, and they feel more confident coming out of those intervention groups. Another component that our intervention teacher provides is social emotional support in terms of behavior. Coming out of the pandemic, we have more behavior than ever. And I will admit to you, when the mask came off, finally, the behavior, it was like the wild, wild west, like masks off and woohoo, there's behaviors. So some of our students have even more behaviors that are intense. So we're able with intervention support to create check-in, check-out. And I'm super proud of this year because I will admit to you, this is something I've always strived, like we're gonna check out, we're gonna check in, check out. And I can explain a little about that, but it's tough without the support of that intervention teacher to provide it sometime. So for example, this is individualized to one student, but it's an example. This student is a second grade student, and he has trouble right now with, he just can't, he gets out of his seat constantly, and he's very active. So he's working on that. He's also working on owning it. So instead of, when the teacher asks him to do something, he owns it instead of saying, I didn't do that. So it's individualized for students. This student goes to the intervention teacher 3 times during the day. So in the morning, he goes first thing and checks in. And she kind of level sets it with him. She encourages him. She reminds him. She builds him up. And then he also has a goal that he's working towards. So he sets off on his day, starting off on a positive note with that support from that intervention teacher. He goes into class. He works hard. He goes and checks in with her midday. How's it going? And then again at the end of the day. Through that, we're able to see patterns. We know now with students like this that it seems like it's midday. The student is falling apart midday. He was fine in the morning, midday was tough. So then we can provide more interventions to support him during his most challenging time. So this is a service that we're providing to our students specifically from our intervention teacher. She's there greeting those students first thing in the morning, ready to go. I will say that intervention supports allows teamwork. As a principal here in Folsom, I do not have an assistant principal. I don't have counselors on site to help support. I am a lone soldier, if you will, and then I have obviously my whole site behind me. But as in front of the teaching staff, they all have rosters. So they're not necessarily free to support the way that the intervention teacher is. So what this allows us to do on campus now is I meet weekly with the intervention teacher and also the teachers. We identify students who need different supports, but the intervention teacher then has the time to carry those out. Without the intervention teacher on site, I have started check-in, check-outs on my own for students, and I will tell you then it's really tough. I'm on one side of the campus and I'm like, oh, I'm supposed to be checking out. I'm running to the other side. Midday comes. I didn't get to check-in, check-out, and that's not fair to the students. So the intervention position allows that consistency every single day for our students. And because of all this that we've put in place, I can truly say that right now on campus, we are working under the mantra of all means all. We are not isolated in our classrooms. Those third grade teachers I used as an example, they teach their students, but they also have Fox Block where the students are mixing. The conversations that are happening are, hey, I'm having trouble with this student. Oh yeah, during Fox Block, I saw him do this. I tried this. Maybe you should try that. I mean, we are owning our students, we are working with our students, and the results are very, very exciting. So I just wanted to give you that glimpse of, that was a surface level of how we're grouping everyone and what we're doing, but it is really, really exciting. And I just can't tell you the value that intervention position is in providing not only academics, but the social emotional support to our students. In conclusion, I just wanted to show you, we have a 5th grade student who has been going to Fox Block intervention all year, and he's a struggling learner. He's working so hard, and he's what I would consider one of my tougher kids, like on the outside. He's a hard shell. He recently gave this as a gift to the intervention teacher, and I know you can't see it, but I really wanted to bring it. He wrote to her and he said, "Reading is like water that just flows." So where we might have lost a student or turned a student off, he's still struggling. We're still working with him. We're not going to give up. But this shows that socially and emotionally, he is in a good spot. He's got a lot of work to do, and he's going to get there. I tell you that, and especially with this attitude. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? One quick question. How many students or what percentage of students participate in the Fox Block?
So every student participates in Fox Block.
Oh, okay.
Certain students go to intervention.
Okay.
And I actually I was gonna get real down on the data and look at that. What's been hard this year is prior to a certain point in the year, we weren't allowed to, with the pandemic, we weren't allowed to mix students yet. So the data's a little bit skewed because it hasn't been a full regular year. Because in the beginning, we were just doing individual groups because we weren't mixing students, if you will. So I think it came mid-year, January-ish, when we were actually allowed to create cohorts, mix the cohorts from different classes. So next year would be a better year to say, X amount of students actually received intervention for this period, and this is the data that we saw.
Actually, I do have a second question. Do any of your other elementary schools, do your colleagues do similar types of programs?
We're all following this, we are all working to follow this model, if you will, absolutely. Yes, and this is all through PLC work. This is not something necessarily unique to Folsom Hills. This is what best practices are currently right now in elementary education.
Oh, wonderful. All right.
I just really wanted to highlight the role of that intervention teacher because it allows that support that's so vital that sometimes I struggle to do myself, and I can't do it all.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. All right, moving on to public comment. We will be providing 3 minutes this evening. Let's see, the first person I have is Marina Gable.
Hi there. How's everybody doing? Missed me? Dear Honorable Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board, tonight I'll be serving you with a cease and desist on COVID shots. With this letter, you are each officially being served the attached declaration, cease and desist, and notice of the liability from the World Council for Health and 35 pages of exhibits regarding promotion and mandating of COVID shots in California and worldwide. There's now more than enough evidence to warn and declare these experimental injections are unsafe for use in humans. As of February 18th, 2022, in the United States alone, VAERS showed 24,402 reported deaths and over 1 million vaccine injuries to all age groups following receipt of the COVID-19 vaccine. Investigations and lawsuits are now taking place worldwide, asserting that crimes against humanity have and continue to be committed because of the COVID policies and protocols. I don't think I need the full 3 minutes.
All right.
I got yours, Chris.
Thank you. All right, and Superintendent, just to confirm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent, just to confirm, the district nor the state currently is requiring COVID vaccines of students, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, that changed.
All right, thank you. All right, next speaker is Dina DePreto. Welcome.
Hello again.
Hi.
To answer your question, actually, the SB 871 is currently on hold. It is withdrawn, but it is not defeated. I'm not sure how much background you guys have on SB 277, which was the removal of our religious exemption for vaccines. That one as well was on hold, and then in the middle of the night, through some legislation passed on through without anyone looking. So I think that's where Marina is coming from, and that's where I'm coming from. SB 871 is not over. It's not required as of this moment, but we are absolutely not done with it. That is why I'm here. I'm requesting an official opposition letter from you to the Senate Health Committee, as well as the Sacramento County Office of Education, for both SB 1479, which is the testing protocol, and SB 871, which is the vaccine mandate. I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but there's been a lot of information coming out recently, especially from Pfizer. The trial, the clinical data trial information was released last month, and if you just glance at it, there's 9 full pages of side effects. When I think of the word safe, I looked it up in the dictionary. It's free from danger, free from injury, undamaged, unhurt, not exposed to a threat. that would be a safe vaccine. 9 pages of side effects is not safe for anyone, especially our children. During the FDA briefing docs as well, Pfizer used predictive modeling, acknowledging that children 5 to 11 will get myocarditis. Not may, they will. That's not safe. They claim, though, just in case you guys are worried, that they won't die from myocarditis, so we should trust them. Well, I don't do trust without validation or verification. Credibility is a really big factor in my book. Let's see what Pfizer's done over the last 30 years. In 1991, they were fined for dumping untreated water into a wastewater treatment plant for 6 years. In 92, they were fined $165 million for killing 300 people due to faulty heart valves. 1994, they were fined $10 million because they lied to get an FDA approval. In 1996, they experimented with drugs to 200 children in Nigeria, killing 11 of them, and most of them suffered brain damage and organ failure. 2002, $49 million fine because they defrauded the government by overcharging. 2004, $430 million. Sorry, I was checking my time. $430 million for fraudulently promoting a drug that was unapproved for use. 2008, bribery. 2009, misbranding. 2009, claims for deaths of liver failure. 2010, anti-racketeering. 2010, again, illegal promotion of drugs, and on it goes. So I tell you, I don't trust them. We shouldn't trust them. You guys have the information now, so you won't be able to say you didn't know. Please protect our children. Please write a letter and help us with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any online public comments? No? All right. Given that, let me just make sure. Yep, that's an agenda item. All right, so then we'll move to agenda item number 9, reports of district organizations, Student Advisory Board.
Thank you. Good evening. Just a few updates tonight. As we just heard from our SAB representatives, SAB hosted our first student forum last Wednesday, and we heard lots of great feedback and ideas from the students about the issues that matter to them. We definitely like to host more of these forums in the future, along with accompanying surveys, hopefully more frequently moving forward. And we'll also be uploading our 2022 FCUSD talent show tomorrow via the district's YouTube channel. We had over 20 entries showcasing talents from tap dancing to original music compositions to harp playing. And our top 3 winners will be announced in the video. And lastly, our SAB selection process for the 2022-2023 school year is underway. Applications have been submitted, and we'll be starting with our interviews next week, though middle schoolers at Sutter, Mitchell, and Mills have a slight extension and are still able to submit their applications. After those interviews, we'll be hosting our SAB banquet on May 13th, where our student board member candidates will be giving their speeches, and our SAB reps will be voting on who will serve as our 2 student board members next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Gal? All right. Moving on to the California School Employees Association.
Good evening, President Reed, board members, and Dr. Kaligian. I am just constantly stunned by our students, and we're obviously doing a great job, because just about every meeting they do something that just you go wow. So that's awesome. I have had the pleasure to participate in the ongoing attendance task force. Mr. Meyer is leading, and I'm learning a lot. A lot about the challenges, a lot about the barriers that many of our students and families face. And I want you to know that our classified employees care, and we want to be part of the solution on this. We are going to do what we can to get the students to school, to welcome them and support them, to help celebrate their accomplishments, to help develop our culture of kindness and respect. What we ask is simply to be staffed so we can have the time to respond thoughtfully, to to our parents, to our students, to everyone we interact with, and to get the training we need so we can do so. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Folsom Cordova Education Association.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Kaligian. My report got a tiny bit longer based on what's already happened this evening. I just want to thank Ms. Gao and the Student Advisory Board. As Mr. Thomas said, wow. They were so well spoken and really defined the issues that they feel they're facing. And I think as a district, we have a lot of the supports in place already and the structures to begin addressing those, but we can't fix what we don't know. So it was wonderful to have that opportunity for students to delve into it and identify the areas that we need to all continue working on together. So I thought that was just a great presentation. I want to thank Mrs. Himrick as well, because she has one of our rock star intervention teachers. They're all so great. And again, there's great things happening with SEL and intervention at all of the sites with those teachers. So kind of moving on into other areas, I had the honor last week to attend the Scottish Rite Teacher of the Year event, and want to thank Dr. Kaligian for being the guest speaker that evening. It was a lovely evening. I'm sorry that Yvonne Thornton couldn't be there. She was ill that night, but the trophy, it's a perpetual trophy, so that will be in the Cordova High office for the next year, and then it goes back and moves on to the next teacher. But it was a lovely evening. It was also a pleasure earlier this week to be part of the behavior RTI training. I really appreciate the fact that Mr. Reed was there as well. I think it gave all the groups a clear overview so we can all work together towards a successful implementation of the program. The Hannigans have developed a systematic approach that's in alignment with our SEL and equity programs, and I'm really looking forward to the full rollout and seeing it in action next year. And then lastly, I'm going to just touch on this very briefly. I know we should have some speakers regarding the trust account items on the agenda, but I just want to make a quick statement on behalf of FCEA. And I know this has come up in the past. I just want to say that FCEA does not support the district funding medical retirement in this manner. We believe the district should not be creating a depository, but spending the money on our students in the year that we receive it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next we have the Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Since Principal Himrick has already talked, that's our presentation for tonight. So just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. And then finally, the District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Good evening, President Reed and members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Kaligian, and my esteemed colleagues. I have a brief couple of DLAC updates for tonight. First and foremost, our last meeting of the year will be Tuesday at 4 o'clock, and it will be virtual upon request. I was hoping to have one in person this year, but it is as it is. Attendance seemed to be better as it stands virtually, but we're revisiting that for sure, making sure parents can come and be present. I have a couple things that we'll be updating. We'll be reviewing the LCAP, notes and findings from parent and community input, as well as looking at our summer programs and some of the programs to support English learners throughout the year. Certain things that were cited in the survey was parents would like to see more counseling support for college readiness. Of course, tutoring supports for after school and additional interventions or supports for kids who are in ELD classes and maybe struggling with content area classes. So just some highlights. I also want to share that on Tuesday, although it's not unique to English learners, it is very much a part of our district, but on Tuesday I had the honor of presenting my 10th year at SCOE, our state seal of biliteracy. The honor wasn't mine. The honor for me was being able to present these wonderful students, and it was them who were honoring us as a district. I wanted to give a little bit of highlights of what I was able to share with many other districts in the county ceremony. We, this year, have 292 State Seal of Biliteracy seal awardees. 13 languages were represented. 42 were through a language exam, and I want to tell you what that's about. basically, there are students who have not had a language class, a world language class, but they deem themselves to be not just bilingual, but biliterate. So we then go into a process of determining through assessment whether that is indeed the level that they need to be to achieve the state seal of biliteracy. We generally have about half of the students who go that route who actually are able to receive the seal. 42 of those did take the language exam. They have to go through oral interviews. They have to write in that language they want to get their seal in, and they need to be able to understand the discussion that's being had. So again, 42 students, I think that's quite an honor for those students to be able to demonstrate their biliteracy and focusing on biliteracy. Bilingual is great, but they have to be able to read and write at the high school level, senior high school level, and they have to have at least a 3.0 in English just to be able to take the exam, and among other qualifications. One of the points of pride for me, especially this year, was 98 of our 292 students were former English learners. Imagine that. A third of our students who were once not able to speak English are able to not only demonstrate what we truly call an English, about an emerging bilingual, which is a term used among those of us who value that language that they have while they're adding that second language of English. So our emerging bilinguals were 98 out of the 292. And last but not least, and this is really worthy of mentioning, is there were 18 students who received a seal, more than one seal, meaning they have at least 3 biliterate languages that they have mastered. So that was something, it's a great point of pride, I know, for our district, for those students. Look for their seals at graduation, and that's our report. And join us on our last meeting of the year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we are moving on to agenda item 10, agenda consent. Do I have
I'll move.
a motion? A motion by Mr. Hoover, second by Mr. Short. Superintendent, will you take the roll, please?
Yes, Ms. Gao?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, agenda item 11, discussion and action.
Before we go on, Mr. Reed, may
Yes.
I make an
Oh,
introduction
please.
based on the consent action the board just took? So we have 2 administrative positions that we'd like to introduce this evening as a result of the approval of the personnel action form. And one is joining us this evening in person, and one is joining us virtually. We'll start with Mr. Darrell T. Martin, or DT, who is with us this evening. Congratulations, DT, on becoming our new coordinator of Safe Schools. Let's give him a round of applause. A little bit of background here. Mr. Martin is a transformative educator with a vast career in law enforcement and education. A highly respected police officer with 27 years' experience in law enforcement in various roles that include being a patrol officer, sergeant, and lieutenant, with a focus on youth safety. Mr. Martin became a high school teacher in 2017 with the Sacramento City Unified School District. There he taught in the high school Law Pathway Academy and served as an intervention specialist, leading others in the areas of instruction, curriculum, supervision, and student support, while maintaining responsibility of the health, safety, discipline, and conduct of his students. His approach to fostering safe and positive school climates is on building relationships with staff, students, and the community, and is most proud of the work done to support youth in being productive, responsible, and engaged global citizens. As coordinator of Safe Schools, Mr. Martin will work with the district and school site administrators to ensure effective strategies are in place to provide a safe school environment for all students, staff, parents, and the community, and will interact as a liaison between the district and law enforcement. Welcome again, DT. We're glad to have you on board.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. I'd like to say something if I could.
Go for it.
There's a mic and a podium. I did want to point out that, well, first of all, thank you, President Reed, Dr. Collegian, board members, and the student board that just presented their presentation. And I felt like, it was exactly, maybe the groundwork that I could do and be that liaison that the students really want, and sound like they need, directly with the district. And they'll have someone to contact directly before my boss tells me I shouldn't, they'll have my cell phone number and they can call me directly with issues and concerns, because based on that presentation, that's my role. It's the safety of the students and how they feel safe. So I'm honored to have the opportunity and be able to take on that challenge. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
And here is my wife as well. Natalie Meadows Martin. She's works with the state.
Yeah.
Almost had to walk home. but also, that she's, I have 4 boys and a girl. I say she's their attorney. So she has trained me well in how to deal with our students. So thank you.
Thank you and welcome very much. We also would like to introduce our new principal for Rancho Cordova Elementary. Joining us virtually is Miss Anna Chitwood. Welcome, Anna, and congratulations to you. Give you a round of applause. Ms. Chitwood comes to us from Campbell Union School District and has 31 years of experience in education in both public and private schools. As a teacher, she taught several elementary grades, served as a master teacher, a BITSA support provider, and was a key member of the Math and Language Arts curriculum committees. An administrator at multiple sites, Ms. Chitwood facilitated school English language advisory committee meetings, implemented early literacy strategies with school leadership teams, and oversaw tiered intervention for equity supports, data chats, and school site councils. Her approach to learning success is to build a student-centered environment where staff, parents, and students respectfully and effectively collaborate and communicate about the quality education all students are receiving. Congratulations, Anna, and welcome to the team.
Thank you so much. I hear that and it's like, oh, is that me? But I have to say that I'm very excited. It's going to be a big change coming to a new district, but also moving into the area since I'm from San Jose. I too would like to make a point that I was so impressed with the students' presentation. They were so articulate, well-informed, and their ability to answer questions on the spot with so much information was very impressive. It also gave me a beginning insight of some of the things that I need to be aware of as an administrator and making sure that our students and all our educational partners have a voice. So I'm glad that I was able to hear that. And thank you so much for welcoming me and for accommodating the Zoom. I appreciate that too.
Thank you, Anna.
Welcome. All right, agenda item 11, discussion action. First item, accept Government Accounting Standards Board, GSAB 7475, other post-employment benefits, actuarial study. Superintendent.
That's a mouthful.
Yes, it is.
Every 2 years, GASB, or the Government Accounting Standards Board, requires that school districts do a study or an actuarial based on present value of unfunded liability of our post-retirement benefits. And I'm going to introduce Mr. Martin to introduce our consultant from TCS, who's going to give us a presentation.
Good evening, everybody. I know we're super excited to talk about actuarial studies. We have Will Kane here this evening via Zoom. He's going to just go at a very high level, an overview of the actuarial study, what our numbers look like, and some of the assumptions that we use to calculate this. It does need to be clear that this is a requirement because we do offer other post-employment benefits. Specifically, we offer retirement benefits to our employees once they are vested. And because of that, there has to be assumptions made to determine what our potential cost or liability is. And so that's what this study is the purpose of it. And then separately from that, the district has put in place an investment structure to help fund or pay for those costs in the future, because we see those costs continuing to increase into the future. And so we'll have another presentation after this one about our investment structure and how that's looking, and also plans for the future for that. So it's a two-parter. I know you guys are going to be excited about that. So, all right. So Will, are you there? I see Will. And we're going to let him take the lead here and just talk through our study. So go ahead, Will.
Great. Thanks, Sean. So as Sean mentioned, the primary purpose of this valuation is to take your retiree health benefits and to assign an estimated value in today's dollars as to what the value of that promise is that the district has made to their retirees and to their active employees once they retire. So we're trying to assign a value to that promise. What we're going to talk about, I'm going to just talk a little bit about what the current benefit structure is to remind you what the retiree health benefits that you've promised are. I'll talk a little bit about GASB 75 valuation and terminology, and then I'll go into the results. This fourth bullet is something that we often don't provide, but we were told there was some interest in hearing a little bit more about the valuation process and some of the assumptions that go into it. So there are a few slides at the end that will talk about that. As for what the current retiree health benefits are, the district provides medical coverage to eligible retirees. To be eligible, an employee must retire from the district with at least 10 years of service. And if they do so, then the district will pay the medical premium up to the single employee active cap in effect at the time of retirement. So the district has caps it for what it will provide in terms of medical benefit, and retirees get the same thing as the active employees, but they can only cover themselves. They can't cover dependents. The benefit's only payable until age 65 or Medicare age for a maximum of 10 years. Management retirees can receive a small stipend from ages 65 to 67 that goes beyond age 65. Additionally, retirees do have the option to choose a cash benefit in lieu of retiree health coverage, but the value of that cash benefit is not included in this GASB 75 valuation because it would technically fall under a different accounting standard. A little bit of valuation terminology for GASB 75. The main number, the value that we're trying to estimate is called the total OPEB liability. So that represents what the district owes due to that promise to provide future benefits. It only represents what's been earned due to past service. So when a new employee comes in, they come in with $0 of total OPEB liability, and then they earn that benefit over the course of their career. The fiduciary net position is a fancy way of saying the assets that have been set aside in an irrevocable trust that's for the exclusive use of paying these retiree health benefits. So that money that's been set aside cannot be used to do anything else other than pay for retiree health benefits. That grows or shrinks each year based on actual investment return because it is invested in the market and in fixed income. It can lose value, usually it gains value each year. In addition, if the district contributes to the trust, that will increase the value. And if the district chooses to draw from the trust to pay any of those retiree health benefits, that would decrease the value of the trust assets. The net OPEB liability is just the difference between the TOL and the FNP. In other words, it's what the district owes in excess of what they've already set aside. You can also think of it as your funded status if you're thinking of it in pension terms. The last item here is called the service cost. I mentioned that the total OPEB liability accrues over the course of an employee's career, and the service cost represents how much is being earned in each year. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. So for the results of the most recent valuation, which was as of June 30th, 2021, overall, it was a good news valuation. You can see in the rightmost column that NOL, the net OPEB liability, which is what you owe in excess of what you've already set aside, that fell from about 13 million to about 11 million. So in other words, you made $2 million worth of progress on funding that benefit. In a typical year, you would actually see that number increase or deteriorate, get worse by between $500,000 and $1 million. But a lot of good things happened in this year where you had some positive experience. Your investments did very well. 2020-21, that fiscal year was a very good year to be invested in the market. And then also there's some underlying assumption changes that decreased the liability. So just wanted to make clear that even though it was a good news year this year, if the district does not make contributions to those trust assets, we do expect that you'll fall further and further behind by about $500,000 to $1 million each year. The last bullet, good thing to keep in mind that there's volatility from year to year, as we saw this year. Even though we expected your liability to increase by about $1 million, it actually improved by $2 million. So this is a long-term estimate, and from year to year, things can change actually pretty drastically. So this is kind of that optional portion that I talked about. The next 3 slides talk about the valuation process, what we do to actually calculate this number. I'm going to go through it relatively quickly because I don't want to take too much of your time, but feel free to ask questions during or at the end. So when we do the actuarial valuation, we take each individual employee and retiree and we project out what their lifetime is expected to look like. There's a probability assigned to every employee terminating or retiring in every year. And then also a probability of actives and retirees passing away in any given year. For scenarios where employees are expected to terminate or retire prior to being eligible for the benefits, so for example, if an employee terminates at age 42, then no benefit would be paid because you have to retire from the district to be eligible, and no liability is created in that scenario. For scenarios where employees are expected to retire after becoming eligible, so for example, if somebody retires at age 60 with 15 years of service, then on top of that, there's an additional probability of the retiree electing the retiree health coverage. I mentioned that retirees can elect cash in lieu instead, and to the extent that they're assumed to elect the cash in lieu, also no retiree health liability is created. So there's two ways in which employees cannot receive a benefit. They can terminate too early, or they can retire and elect to not take the retiree health benefit and take the cash in lieu. To the extent that those employees are expected to retire, those scenarios where they do retire and elect to receive the retiree health benefit, the amount of the benefit that they're expected to receive is based on the per capita medical costs. And those costs are assumed to increase in future years by what's called the medical trend rate. The next slide, I'm going to talk about some of the specific values of these assumptions. The last important assumption is that those payments that are made in the future years, they need to be expressed in today's dollars. So if you're making a payment 40 years from now, we take that and we discount it back to the present at what's called the valuation interest rate. So, even though a benefit is made 40 years from now, that's not the value that's assigned in today's dollars. It's worth less today because you have 40 years to essentially earn interest to be able to pay that benefit. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So on the last slide, there were a little 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and those correspond to what's on this table. Just to give a little bit more information on those assumptions, the demographic assumptions, again, that's the probability of termination, retirement, and mortality each year. Those kind of need to be the same as the ones that CalPERS and CalSTRS use for your pension valuations, and that's where we get those assumptions from. So CalPERS and CalSTRS go to a large amount of effort to set those assumptions every 3 or 4 years, and so then we use them because it's for the same group, it's for the same population. It only makes sense that we assign the same assumptions as to what those employees are going to do as your pension valuations do.
So Will, I think it's important on that one for people to understand. So we take that information from PERS and STRS on the assumption of if they're going to retire and get a benefit. So we're using a calculation assuming all of our staff now and into the future of will they make it till the appropriate age and have the number of years of service, and then it will go from there and whether or not they take the benefit and those other factors. So right there on that very first calculation, already that's weeding out a portion of the population of staff. So we're not assuming all staff will get that benefit. In fact, we use CalSTRS and CalPERS recommended estimation because they have to do a very similar study. That's why they have a very large unfunded balance, because they have to figure out who's going to retire with how much and when, potentially for PERS and STRS. So that's the same thing. That very first part is automatically eliminating or giving a proportional relationship to the likelihood of somebody getting to the age and working with the district long enough to get that benefit. Does that make sense? So automatically you're starting with a couple thousand employees, and the percentages of those people making it onto retirement decreases that population automatically. And then we go into other assumptions that Will's going to talk about.
Right. Yep, that's exactly right. So assuming they do make it to retirement, which most of your active employees will not, most of them will not stay with the district long enough to actually receive this benefit, to be eligible for this benefit. For the ones that do, there's an additional kind of weeding out on top of that, where we only assume that 70% of certificate and management retirees will elect the retiree health benefit, and that 50% of classified benefits will. The other 30% and 50% are assumed to take the cash in lieu benefit instead, and therefore create no liability under GASB 75. So like it says in that rightmost column, it's cumulative with the probability of an employee reaching retirement age in the first place. The per capita medical costs, right now we're assuming that those costs are between $6,500 and $7,200 per year. It varies by employee class, but those are assumed to increase, as it says on the next line, by 4% per year. So if somebody retires 30 years from now, it's not still going to be between $6,500 and $7,200. It will be double or triple that based on a 4% per year assumed increase until the employee actually retires. We got some information from the district to make sure that 4% makes sense, and it was right in line with what the district cap has increased by over the last 9 years, where over the last 9 years, the district cap has increased by 3.98% per year. So it's right there at that 4% assumption that we have. The last assumption is the valuation interest rate. I mentioned that when those payments are made in the future, they get discounted back to the present. at a 5% interest rate is what we use. And that's based on the expected long-term investment return. So it's based on how your trust assets are invested. Right now, they're invested rather conservatively. This assumption usually varies between 5% and 7%, depending on how aggressive the investments are. If you're more in equities, then it's going to be a higher percentage. But of course, that means there's more volatility. The more you're invested in the stock market, the more you can lose in any given year, but also the more you can gain. And over the long term, you would be expected to earn a little bit more.
And
so again,
Will's leading into our next presentation, which will be our investment structures of our current dollars we have invested. So,
absolutely. Okay, and so this last slide here just gives a couple of examples. I will not go through every number on here, but to Sean's point that he just talked about, we gave 2 examples to help illustrate. So the first one is for an older certificated employee who, in this example, she's already age 50 and has 15 years of service. So she's close to retirement. She has a 96% chance based on those CalSTRS assumptions that we mentioned of reaching retirement. It's only a 4% chance of leaving in the next 5 years. Assuming that she makes it there, then there's a 70% chance that she's going to actually elect the retiree health benefit. And then there's varying probabilities of retirement at each age. We don't assume that she's going to retire right at 55, nor do we assume that she's going to wait until age 62. There's a 4.5% chance she retires at 55, 3.5%, 56. Like I said, I'm not going to read all the numbers, but it's a very granular set of assumptions. And of course, the earlier somebody retires, the longer they'll receive the benefit for. If somebody retires at age 62, they're only going to receive 3 years of the benefit because it cuts off at age 65. But if somebody leaves at age 55, they receive 10 years of the benefit, which obviously costs the district a lot more to provide 10 years of benefit instead of 3. The second example is very different. It's a much younger employee that's a classified male employee. I say male and female because there are actually different assumptions within the CalPERS and CalSTRS assumptions between males and females. That's why it's important. But for this classified male employee who's only age 30 right now with 3 years of service, he only has a 40% chance of reaching retirement. And then on top of that, there's only a 50% chance that he will elect the retiree health benefit. So in other words, there's a 20% chance that he actually gets the retiree health benefit. And then again, I have that table down at the bottom that shows the individual chances of retiring at each year. And again, the longer he waits, the less the district will have to pay. The earlier he retires, the more the district will have to pay because he receives more years of coverage. Hopefully that helps to illustrate how the ins and outs of the valuation works. I'm sure you're all experts by now, but if there are any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Questions?
And so I just want to also be clear, when we talk about this liability, that's what we project based off of the current information we have, right? And that's why that number changes with other factors that Will has shared. Currently, we are pay-as-you-go, the sense that next year's costs or the costs are going to be built in the budget. We're going to pay that out of the general fund. The purpose of the investment structure is so that you create enough savings or you continue to put investments in there that you build it up to the point where hopefully you could get to the point where the earnings or the investments of those dollars would be able to pay for all the future costs so that you don't have to take those dollars from the general fund, right? And that's the idea behind this investment structure.
Okay. So seeing no questions, let's see, public comment. Any members of the public? Any online?
We have Debbie.
Welcome, Debbie. We're finding you, Debbie. Just hang on.
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
She's there.
Oh, we have her. Well, we can hear you, Debbie, so we might not be able to see you, but.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no, we can hear you. So,
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, my question is, when you're doing the study, did you look at the average number of years that the employees take the medical benefits? For example, we did a study during the last actuarial, FCEA did, and we found that only 40% of our employees actually took the benefits for an average of 4.1 years. So did you go back through the last 10 years to see how many employees did actually take the medical benefits and do a study that way? Or are you going based on the amount of employees that take medical benefits currently, which would be the 70%?
Sure. Can we actually go back one slide? So what we do is we assume that if somebody begins taking retiree medical benefits, we assume that they're going to take them all the way until age 65 and that they're no longer eligible. So it's not really that we look at it of how many years on average are they going to receive this benefit for. It's more keyed around when are they going to retire. So like I went back to this slide to show, to the extent they're assumed to retire at age 55, they're going to receive 10 years of benefits. And to the extent that they're assumed to retire at age 61, for example, they're going to receive 4 years of benefits. So I think it gets to what you're talking about, except it approaches it kind of in the opposite direction of when are they going to retire rather than how many years of benefits are they going to receive.
So I think to answer Deb's question on that, so I think not all employees that are current employees taking benefits are calculated to take retirement benefits. That's that first calculation that we talked about under the demographics with STRS and PERS. So we use assumptions not based off of our actual district historical history. We use CALS and STRS or CalPERS and STRS because that is actually what is the recommended methodology by GASB. And so we have to use their factors to determine if someone is going to potentially retire or not, or the probability of it. So that automatically reduces a large portion of the people that are currently taking benefits. Then of those that take benefits, that 70% is actually based off of the assumption of what we actually have seen historically. That's a district value in the sense that if someone does retire, 30% of those that are certificated will take cash in lieu, the other 70% will take benefits. And so it should be recognized that the district still has a liability. That cash in lieu is still a cost that's actually not even built into this calculation. So if anything, there is an additional cost that potentially the district has above and beyond this assumption because of the cash in lieu component of it. Same thing with classified. So hopefully that clarifies that question for you. So.
I will say though, the 4 years that you mentioned is about what we see on average, where typically the average retirement age works out to around age 61, which would correspond well to the 4 years that you mentioned, because that's how long the retiree would have until age 65.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead,
Rob Thomas. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding the situation. So we currently have built into the budget our current anticipated cost for next year for this retiree benefit.
Are we doing back and forth, or do you want to just ask?
I would say. Yeah, we need to, I guess,
So
avoid
based on
the
what I
event.
heard, I think that's what we're saying. And I think what we're saying, if it's fully funded, that we wouldn't have to pay anything out of our current budget for 10 years. And we're somewhere between the two now, like somewhere around 6 years before we'd have to actually build any cost into our budget if we went completely to paying out of this fund. So I'm just trying to understand, is our goal to build up of 10 years? So if we decided not to build in our budget for 10 years, we would exhaust this fund, or 6 years or 5 years before we'd have to build into the budget? I'm trying to understand what we're trying to accomplish with this fund, what contingency we're actually planning for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean, do you want me to address that?
Actually, we try not to have back and forth with the public on these items.
I see.
But what I might suggest is an opportunity for staff to sit down with the union leaders and have a dialogue on this topic. And maybe delve into some of their questions.
For sure, we can definitely do that.
Okay. Any other, nope. All right, so back to the board. All right.
Just a quick comment, but.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I didn't know if we're going to go in order or what, but yeah, I just want to reemphasize that I'm timing myself. That's awesome. Oops. That I know Sean wasn't here yet when we moved to this model, I don't think, but the reasons behind it was to address our unfunded liability and to really get ahead of the curve on a pending fiscal issue in the future. And so there certainly are a lot of reasons for doing this fund. So.
All right. If there's no other final comments, is there a motion to accept or approve the acceptance of the study?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All right. Motion by Mr. Short, second by Mr. Hoover. Superintendent.
Yes, Ms. Gao?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, the next item is approved public agency retirement services, PARS, other post-employment benefits, OPEB, investment results and strategy. Superintendent.
Yes, and this presentation is part 2 of the one we just heard, and is a presentation by PARS and Mr. Eric O'Leary. Sean, did you want to do an introduction?
Sure. So PAR is actually the agency we work with to help us through our investment strategies with regards to our OPEB, and we also have a pension liability trust that we have established. And so Eric's going to just walk us through our investment strategy and how we did, and then kind of plans for the future that we want to talk about. Go ahead, Eric.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Well, thanks facilitating this through Zoom. I appreciate that. So good to be back with you. We have a presentation to go through where the trust is, and then explore looks at other alternatives that the district could consider with regard to the funds. And so when we presented this information back in 2019, you approved it, and you approved a program that would be trusteed by U.S. Bank and would be invested by Vanguard. And the company that I represent is PARS, and we're the administrator and consultant on the program. And so if you go to the next slide, please. This just reinforces what Will just walked you through, is as of the last valuation, and with a discount rate of about 5%, the district is looking at a total liability of a little bit south of $20 million, so $19.9 million. As of the valuation, our assets in our trust was sitting at $8.8 million. However, as of February of this year, because that was as of June of last year, the assets a little bit based on investment performance. So you're actually sitting at $8.5 million as of the end of February. So your total net liability, again, the difference between those two dollar amounts is about $11 million. And so that's the liability that you're trying to overtake with the assets, so that the assets would be enough to, in theory, fund your liability. These other things on the sheet shows you your annual service costs. Those annual accruals are about $1.3 million. And that if you weren't taking any money out of your trust, which you aren't currently, you're currently paying about $1.2 million on your benefits, on your retirement medical benefits. So we call that the pay-as-you-go
So that real quick, just Eric. So that 1.2 million is for those folks that are already retired. So we're paying for folks that have been out of the district up to 10 years ago, because it's up to 10 years of payment. And so the idea here is that with the investment structure, what you're trying to do is right now, people that are working here are going to get that benefit in the future. And what you're trying to do is tie current dollars and that current cost that is going to be generated in the future to those folks and put money aside for it. And that's the idea behind it. So yes, we're paying 1.2 million, but we're actually paying it for people in the past because we didn't put money away, right? So we have to use current money. And that 1.2 million is going to continue to grow. And so if we continue to do it in that methodology where we just go pay as you go, a larger portion of cost will be absorbed to the budget that will take away dollars for those students and those programs and those staff members in the future when they're paying for a cost for people that were in the past. And by investing, and what we're wanting to do is try to get an investment structure in place to get our biggest return on investment so that that cost is mitigated as much as possible, right? And with anything with money, as we know, it makes money. Money makes money. And so investing those dollars now for the people that are going to get those benefits later will really match the future cost. That's the idea there. And that would be the intent.
Thank you. So if you can go to the next slide. So that's the OPEB bucket, so to speak, of the trust. We're going to talk about two portions. You got your OPEB portion of the trust, and we also have our PERS and STIRS, or pension portion of the trust. And why are we dealing with pension contributions into a trust? And this is illustrating that concept, is you have a big liability, obviously, with your OPEB benefits. You also have a liability with your pension benefits, but that number is so big that we aren't really funding toward that number. What we are really looking at is you have escalating contribution costs over time. And this illustrates where you are in current fiscal year at about $36 million total a year to CalSTRS and CalPERS. In 26-27, just without growth in salaries, just based on the contribution rate increases, that number goes up to 41.8 million. Obviously, you've got salary escalation as well. So this is a way to help mitigate against those contribution increases that are happening now, but really are anticipated to happen into the future, because the funding of these pension plans are not at 100%, and there's going to be anticipated increases into the future.
Right. So this is where I get a little confused, because really what this is we have two separate accounts. We have one for the OPEB, which was the discussion before that we looked at. This is a totally different pot. And this is a pot that has about, $5 million in it or so. And what this is really intended for is, in my understanding of it, and we can discuss, the board can kind of determine when we want to access these funds. But I think what the purpose of it is we had such high escalation in PERS and STIRS costs. We had potentially large deficits coming that we thought what we could potentially do as a district is, if year over year that cost increase was going to be significant, and maybe you had no COLA or a negative COLA, you could not afford that cost increase, we could access those dollars. $5 million is not going to go very far on a $36 million annual cost, right? So really what it would be is to be a stabilizer when there are other influencing factors that are making it so difficult. Because again, this cost is all cost in the general fund. These are costs that are happening in our budget. So when this number goes up, that means those dollars are not available towards anything else, right? And so if there's a way to stabilize it for maybe a year or two so you have time to plan for that cut or that reduction, or that increase in cost, or cut and reduction correspondingly in some other service or something to pay for this increase, because we're mandated to pay that. We don't have any choice, right? And this is a benefit for employees. I mean, we have to recognize that this is what's stabilizing so that when we all retire, right, one of the benefits of being a government employee or a school employee is we get a pension, right? I mean, that's one of the positives, right? And so we want that to be there. So we all have to look at it as this is a benefit for all of us. This goes towards something that we all gain. So we have to recognize it as that's part of our compensation in one way or another, right? And so, but what the dollars there, that $5 million is not going to go far if we were just to grab it and try to cover one year's cost. It's gone then, right? Because it's one-time money. So we want to be strategic on how we apply the use of those dollars.
Thank you. If you go to the next slide. So this is the summary as of the end of February of where the OPEB account is. And so a lot of stuff on this page. And so you started back in 2019, or actually 2020, we actually made the contribution. You made the contribution at $7.5 million. $7.5 million was what you put in initially into the trust. And you can see that those dollars have grown by about $1 million over those 2 years to about 8.5 million, almost 8.6 million. And you can see the first year, frankly, your timing was really good. You actually deposited the money after the March kind of COVID reductions in the market. And you ended up seeing about almost a 4% return on your money in fiscal year 20 with the amount of dollars you had in there. And then fiscal year 21, you got almost 16% on your money because the market did fantastic. This year, as you know, with the news, the markets are struggling. As of the end of February, that is almost negative 3%. And frankly, if we would show you a little bit higher into the future, you'd actually see even a higher loss. We're seeing this quarter on some of our return about a 5%, almost 6% reduction in the funds just because of what the market has done through the first quarter of 22.
And so just as a point of reference, if that money was sitting in the county treasury where it would have been, we would have earned somewhere between 0.7 to 1% annualized rate, right? The other thing to keep in mind is because we're not continuing to invest, when the market drops, we don't get the opportunity to continue to grab gains on those drops. Because what you want is when it drops, you're continuing to buy throughout the process, and so that it builds. That's an investment structure that you normally want to do. Now, I do assume there's some reinvestment or restructuring of the investment so that maybe we have some opportunities there when they rebalance the portfolio. But beyond that, if we don't make any contributions, we're totally based off of the volatility of whatever our investment is. We don't get any additional growth, right? So we can talk about 403Bs or 457s or 401Ks and talk about why that continual investment is why that's so important. So,
right. So if you go to page 6, this is the district's pension account. And so same returns because you deposited the money at the same time. So you deposited $5 million and has grown to $5.6 million. So again, very, very good returns for that money during that period of time. And so if you go to the next slide, here's really, I think, the question that is being posed to you is what do you want to do going forward? And so you initially select Vanguard as your investment manager. We actually have other relationships that you could have selected, but Vanguard was who you selected, mainly because probably a couple of different reasons. Vanguard, very well-known company. Everybody knows Vanguard, and their fees are very, very low. And so you get a very efficient, low-cost investment management that is very, very well done. And so out of that, you have 4 different investment choices that the district actually selects. You set the policy of how the investments are made, and then Vanguard does the deal, so to speak. They invest it on a day-to-day basis. You don't have to, but you set the policy of where you want to be. And so you selected, back when we implemented the program, or the district did, the conservative structure, which is about 40% equity and about 60% fixed income. And so interestingly enough, one of the things that Vanguard does periodically is update expected return numbers. And so you can see as of December 31st of this last year, the latest projection that they have for each one of the strategies, that conservative strategy over a 30-year period is anticipated to be about 4.87%, so under 5%. So very close to your discount rate on your actuarial of 5%, but not totally there. However, the shorter term 10-year look is not so exciting at 3.3%. And so something to consider is whether or not the conservative is going to get the expected rate of return that you may, as a district, want to see based on the actuarial evaluation and also your goals. But with that, with your goals, obviously comes risk. And you as a district have to consider the risk tolerance that you as a district have with regard to the funds. And so another option would be to move up to either balanced, which would flip the allocations to 60% equity and 40% bonds, And you can see the 30-year number now is at 5.5%. And your 10-year number is 3.8%. Now, you could take it all the way up to growth, 75% equity and 25% bonds, and that 30-year number is almost 6%, 5.9% and 4% on the 10-year. So keep in mind, there's volatility in that. So year to year, it could be down, it could be up, but they're saying the long-term expected return over that period of time is what that growth is. That's saying that it wouldn't lose money in any given year, like this year, but this is what their anticipation would be. Now, the other thing to consider is your long-term time frame of the investment. How long do you consider these funds to be being held in trust? Most districts look at their OPEB numbers and say that's probably a 20 to 30 year obligation versus the pension, maybe that's a shorter term. And so every district has a different thought on that and when they may be starting to tap the money and they may need the money. And so that's something for you also to consider. If you go to the next,
yeah,
go ahead.
Just real quick, another point, as he talked about that discount rate 5%, if we were to invest our OPEB into what would be considered a more aggressive investment structure, and you go to something that's going to be looking at a 5.5 or a 5.9 rate, what that does is it actually, when you calculate that out, obviously our return is greater, therefore our liability actually decreases, right? And that helps with that calculation as well. So.
Yeah, and actually, not to speak for Will on his actuarial numbers, but over the years, our actuarial friends have told us that with an increase of about 1% on the discount rate, lowers the liability about 10 to 12% is what we've been told. If Will wants to speak to that, he can. But bottom line is, there's certainly a lowering of that liability if you can increase that discount rate. So. The next slide shows you the returns of the funds as of December 31st for all these different funds. And as you will see, these are all really positive numbers, right? And so the last 10 years, the market has done very, very well. And so just looking at the news, obviously we're in a volatile period. So as you notice through the expected returns, they're not matching what the historical returns are. The 10-year number on the conservative has been, in the last 10 years, 7.3%. Vanguard is not anticipating that going forward. Balance 9%, growth 11%. And even the 1-year number, 7, 11.5, and 15.1%. So don't anticipate those numbers going forward. They've done very well, but it's only as good as what the market is going to do. And just a reinforcement of what my role is, I'm your administrator. I work for your administrator. We're not investment folks, so we can't give you advice on what to do. We're giving you the information. Ultimately, it's your call as the district and the plan sponsor for this. Okay, if you go to the next slide, I think that's all we have for you.
Your name.
Unless there's questions, and I think, Sean, you're going to talk through the recommendation.
Yes, so at this point, as you said, Eric can't actually make a recommendation, but I think where we are as a district that because of, specifically on the OPEB side, we know that that's a long-term investment for the purposes of a long-term debt, right? And so I believe that we would want to be more aggressively invested, I would recommend, in the growth model. With regards to the pension account, the STRS-PERS, that one's a little harder to know when we may need to access those funds. And so you probably don't want to be as much into the equity side, which is really stock market, right? Really think of these like mutual funds. They're investing them for you. And when you're in the bonds, you're at a much lower level of risk than you are in the equity, which is the market. And so I think a balanced 60-40 equity to bonds would be appropriate for that program. So moving both up with regards to investment strategy would be my recommendation for the board. So.
All right. Board questions. Mr. Hui?
Yeah, just one question. Just to help clarify for me, Sean, let's say the money that's in the OPEB investment, is that only to be used for those OPEB funds, or could it be used for other purposes?
With the trust, they can only be used for that was the reason why the district moved those to the trusts, so that they are only be able to use for those purposes.
Thanks.
No. Mr. Hoover?
No questions at the moment.
Mr. Clark, any questions?
No questions, Mr. President.
Okay. Any comments from the public? No
I just want to comment, it sounds like we're looking at those dollars as very long-term dollars, which to me speaks to the idea that we are anticipating funding as part of our budget for the foreseeable future, that liability. So that just gets back to the question of what really is the purpose of this account. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the board. Just, I guess, a thought, and
Yeah, thanks.
Obviously would welcome my colleagues' thoughts here. When we set this up 3 years ago now, we consciously chose to go with the conservative investment model. I think after 3 years, obviously the market for the past 3 years has actually gone up and then went down sharply with the pandemic, started the pandemic, and then sharply back up. It's been a little bit of a roller coaster ride, and obviously we don't know where the future is going to lead. I don't know. I have a little hesitancy taking one of the models to growth, but I could be comfortable with both of them in balanced and take a little bit more of an aggressive strategy, but just a slightly more aggressive strategy. But welcome my colleagues' thoughts on that.
I would just go along with the recommendation. I think the difference between 4.87 going to expected is not even a half a point, so it's just better to be safe than sorry. And then go with the other one, expected on the lower numbers like he recommended. So I'll go with staff recommendations.
Okay. All right. Do we have a motion then?
I would, if I may comment for a second here, I just have a few thoughts. So first of all, I would agree with Mr. Short. I think we need to go with the recommendation. And also remember that what this money was earning, when it wasn't in any of these funds, I think this is one of the reasons, we decided to go to this model and do this was because of the investment gains that we could get. And obviously there's always risk involved in that. But I think especially with the OPEB fund, the long-term benefits, because we expect it to be more long-term, we reduce that risk. But to Rob's point, I think the goal of this fund and the goal of all of this was to try to pre-fund the benefits that we are committing to in the future. That to me, that is the fiscally responsible avenue to take. And it's never fun to sock money away. And but I guarantee that, once all of this board is probably gone and we get, into the future and these funds are more, have realized all these gains, future boards are going to be very thankful that we took the actions that we've taken in the last few years to do this, because they're going to have those funds available, and they're not going to have to tap in as deeply into their general fund. I think it's also easy to forget. I mean, obviously we've had the pandemic and everything, but from a budgetary perspective, these last few years have actually been pretty decent for our school board and our district. We've had some enrollment issues, but really budgetarily, we're going in a good direction. That's not going to always be that way. And I think, setting up this OPEB fund, but also the pension stabilization account. We are going to be very thankful we have that once we actually do see those bad times come back, because we can't assume that, it's going to stay good forever. So I certainly support the recommendation, and
I do see we do have one public comment online.
Okay.
Yes, we have
Hi, Debbie Krikorian, FCEA. Thank you, board, for listening to me. I'm good with what we're doing as far as, looking at the investments and deciding how the district wants to deal with this going forward. But I do have, I don't think that our students right now deserve money taken away from their education to be put into these funds at this point. We did just come off of a pandemic. We do have, we lost intervention teachers in Folsom, and you heard tonight what a great job that they're doing and the difference that they're making. My concern is that you're going to take additional funds that you're talking about, that $11 million plus another $3 million for STIRS and PERS, and invest it going forward when right now you're not even investing in education and the number of educators in the classroom. We have, kindergarten and first and second grade work conditions that we still need to bargain, with students. We heard our kindergarten teachers say, with one teacher in the classroom instead of two, they really need their classrooms capped at 20. You've heard tonight that our, social emotional piece from our students, we need more counseling and mental health specialists in the classroom. And as Monica was stating, we don't have that, luxury even in the elementary. I just caution you to think about what you're going to be doing if you plan on taking money from our students right now who desperately need it. We need to bring them and give them the best education possible. So, we're not a bank. We're not here for financial gain. And 95% of our school districts go year to year. And as we keep going, we're going to end up getting more money every year. And if we have economic downfall, then we can look at the investments we already have. But I implore you not to take any more away from the students and from their education. Thank you.
If I may finish my comments, sorry. So just to finish kind of what I was saying, first of all, I just want to be clear. These funds are for this purpose only. So these funds cannot be spent on anything else. And I think it's really important to point that out. We are not talking about money that would otherwise be going to other programs. This is money that's already in the trust. So I think it's important to point that out. Also important to point out that having these funds available in the down years means our general fund is less hit in the down years and we can spend more money on our students. So this is kind of a long-term fiscal, I think fiscally responsible strategy that we're looking at. But I just wanted to finish by motioning to approve the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Board Member Hoover, second by Board Member Short. Superintendent.
Yes, Ms. Gao?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, next agenda item, approved biannual developer fee justification study. Superintendent.
Yes, this is the first part of 3 parts of what we're bringing to you tonight to justify the increase in fees, which we can look at every 2 years with this report. So part 1 is approving the report, and then part 2 is a public hearing before we adopt the resolution. So I'll ask Mr. Washburn to come to the podium. He will introduce it with a little bit more detail than that.
Good evening, thank you. This first one is the biannual approval of the developer fee report. Every 2 years, the statutory fee is increased by the State Allocation Board based on the construction cost index. The cost this year, they had a 17% increase in the last 2 years, which is the most they've had for 20 plus years. So the residential fee actually increased from $4.08 to $4.79, and the commercial from 66 cents to 78 cents. Because we collect the level 2 fee, this justification document serves as a parallel justification document for the school facility needs analysis, but it's really to justify the increase in the commercial fee since we collect a level 2 fee. The purpose of this report is to comply with Ed Code 17620, which is the reasonable relationship between the residential development and the need for the fee and the cost of the identified facilities. And this report identifies the estimated number of units, how much the build out's going to be, the number of kids projected from those, the cost to house those students, anticipated revenue, and then the projected revenue shortfall that will be resulting from the need to house these new students. So this is the report justifying the increase of the fee. And as Dr. Khalil mentioned, the next step would be to do the public hearing and then ultimately the resolution. So with that, entertain any questions.
Superintendent, do we need to be doing the public hearing before voting on this?
No, it's a three-step process. So you have to adopt the report first, which accounts for the need for increasing the fees.
Okay.
Then you do the public hearing before the board adopts the resolution that actually sets those fees.
Okay. All right. Is there any board questions?
One question. Have we received any feedback from the developers on the study?
No, and I was going to address that actually
Okay.
at the school facility needs analysis, which is
Sounds
typically
good.
the ones that goes to the developers because this is really
Yep.
justifying the commercial fee.
Got it. Nice.
But to answer that question, no, we have not. And we've sent it to the city, county, all developers, Building Industry Association.
Okay.
We've published it in the paper. We actually have a flyer. Anybody who comes in, we let them know, any new developers. So we haven't heard from anybody.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll move it.
Oh, but you have to public comment.
Oh, okay.
Public comment? Hearing none. All right, back to the board.
I'll move it.
All right.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Short, seconded by Mr. Hoover. Superintendent?
Ms. Gao?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, next item, approve the school facility needs analysis. Superintendent?
And this one is done annually and once a year, and again, is the first piece of a three-step process, and I'll let Mr. Washburn give a little justification why the fees should be increased here.
So this is per legislation of SB 50, the approval of Proposition 1A that district is authorized to levy a level 2 fee, wow. Provided that the qualifying criteria is met, which is the school facilities needs analysis. Some of the components of that, the district must establish that new construction eligibility in the state school program has been eligible, and we do have eligibility in the K-12 program. We have filed construction documents, eligibility documents for our new schools and our modernization projects. Then a school facility needs analysis must be prepared. This determines the scope and cost of facilities necessary to accommodate increases in growth attributable to the next 5 years of development within the district. And then after calculating the projected number of students, the new development, the cost to provide classroom space is attributed to that, and the mitigation amount is computed. Because of the geological differences in our district between Rancho Cordova and Folsom, we actually have separate fees. Folsom has higher land costs, has geological and topographic issues, asbestos, so there's a higher fee. It's calculated separately than it is in Rancho Cordova. And the associated fee is charged differently based on the development costs in that area. The fee also takes in consideration the annual state increases. State allocation board, they increased the grant. That grant is increased as well because there's a state match, so we have to match that amount in order to get state funding. And it takes in consideration the cost of construction as well. Based on the calculations, the district is authorized to collect a level 2 fee of $664 in Rancho Cordova and $757 in Folsom. It was $633 last year in Rancho, and it was $629 last year in Folsom. So the increase could have been a lot worse, to put it that way, based on the construction cost increases. As I mentioned, this draft has been sent to all the local jurisdictions, developers, BIA. This approval of this school facility needs analysis, as Dr. Kaligian mentioned, will allow us to do the public hearing and then eventually adopt the resolution. With that, any questions?
Any questions? No. Public comment? Any public? Seeing none, back to the board.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All right, a motion by Mr. Short, second by Mr. Hoover. Superintendent?
Ms. Gow?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to public hearings. We have, I believe, 3 tonight. So let me go in. This is a public hearing, authorization of the statutory school facilities fees per government code section 65995 and education code 17620, and authorization of immediate implementation of the statutory school facilities fees. Superintendent.
Yes, this public hearing goes with the last action that the board approved, and it's the opportunity for the public to comment on what was just approved in the study to warrant the increase in fees.
Is there any public comment? All right, hearing none, we will close this public hearing out and enter into the next public hearing. Authorization of the statutory school facilities fees per government code section 65995.5 and 65995.7, and authorization of immediate implementation of the statutory school facility fees. Superintendent.
Yes, based on the board's action to approve the school facility need analysis and the increase in the level 2 fees, this is the opportunity for the public to comment before the resolution is approved in the next action.
Is there any public comment? Hearing none, we will close the hearing and enter into our final public hearing, which is Folsom Cordova Unified School District 2022-23, proposed contract openers of common interest to the Board of Education. Superintendent.
Yes, this public hearing is our opportunity to hear from the public, to enter into contract negotiations with Classified Employees Association on 3 specific articles. Article 8, layoff and reemployment. Article 9, other terms and conditions of employment. And Article 11, hours of employment.
Is there any public comments? Nope. All right. Hearing no public comments, we will close the hearing. And that takes us to agenda item, 13, discussion action. The first item, adopt resolution number 04-28-22-36, increase the statutory school facility fee per government code section 65995. Superintendent.
Yes, this resolution goes along with the study and the public hearing, and now allows the board to act on this action through this resolution.
Any questions from the board? Any public comment? Hearing none, back to the board. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Short, second by Mr. Hoover. Superintendent.
Ms. Gow?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, next item, adopt urgency resolution number 04-28-22-37. Immediately implement the statutory school facility fee per education code section 17620. Superintendent.
This resolution allows for the implementation of this increase in fee at 30 days rather than 60 days, and we have justification for this as an urgency authorization. So the resolution allows for that.
Okay, any questions from the board? Hearing none, any public comment? Hearing none, back to the board. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Short, second by Mr. Hoover. Superintendent.
Yes, Ms. Gow? Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, next agenda item is adopt resolution number 04-28-22-38, establish alternative section 65995.5 fee and alternative section 65995.7 fee. Superintendent.
Yes, and this resolution allows us to implement the increase in fee per the school facility needs analysis.
Okay, any questions from the board? Public comment? Hearing none, back to the board. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Short, second by Mr. Hoover. Superintendent?
Yes, Ms. Gao?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, next agenda item, accept Folsom Cordova Unified School District 2022-23 proposed contract openers of common interest to the Board of Education. Superintendent?
Yes, this resolution allows us to start negotiating on the 3 articles that we opened or that we discussed in the public hearing. Articles 8, 9, and 11 with CSEA.
Okay, any questions from the board? Any public comment? No, hearing none, back to the board. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Short, second by Mr. Hoover. Superintendent?
Yes, Ms. Gao?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, next agenda item, adopt resolution number 04-28-22-35, specifications of the board election order in consolidation with the November 8th, 2022 general election. Superintendent?
Yes, we have 3 of our board seats of our elected positions that are expiring on December 1st, 2022. This resolution allows the board the opportunity to consolidate its election with the November 8th general election. And the resolution covers the following items of the specification of date and purpose of the election, the candidate's statement, the method of breaking tie votes, and consolidation with the statewide general election.
All right, questions from the board? Actually, I do have one question. What if a district did not consolidate on November 8th?
And I think they have to pay for a separate election, which is very, very costly, my understanding.
Why would anybody do that? They don't. All right, that's what I figured. All right. Any questions from, any public comments? All right, hearing none, back to the board. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Short, seconded by Mr. Hoover. Superintendent?
Yes, Ms. Gao?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, next item, first renewal of the school resource officers agreement with the City of Folsom Police Department and Sacramento County Sheriff's Office for the 2022-23 school year. Superintendent?
Yes, throughout this year, we've had our safety committee working alongside with our local law enforcement partners and others as we reviewed our goals with our SRO contracts for this year and next year. The contract that the board adopted for 21-22 does have an ability to extend that contract for 1 year with mutual agreement, and we did have a meeting with our law enforcement partners and 2 board members that were on the safety committee to look at what that 1 year extension would look like and the contract. And nothing in the contract language-wise is changing. We put a lot of changes in that that stays the same. The only difference would be in the cost of both contracts, and they're both captured here in this one action item. So the total financial impact with our City of Folsom SROs is $241,155, and for Sacramento County Sheriffs would be $266,000 and a little change.
All right, are there questions from the board? Hearing none, I do have a card here from Jordan Kitapu. Did she leave? Okay. All right. Are there anybody online? No. All right, hearing none, back to the board. Any final questions or comments from the board?
I do, Mr. President.
All right, Mr. Clark.
So, kind of educate me on this. We just hired a new safety specialist as per agenda consent today, correct?
Correct.
And I understand that he will be working with our LEOs in this process moving forward. Does that include looking at the contract a little bit closer? I mean, I would think that he would have some general input, and I'm just trying to figure out why we're kind of looking at this and discussing this right now without his input. I think it would be behoove us to kind of hear what he's coming from and, you know, what ideas he has before we make a decision on this. You know, I understand he comes on May 7th. Are we looking at a timeline on this?
Yes, and when we talked about the hybrid model, when we had the safety committee recommendations, I think we had extensive discussion about once we had our safety coordinator on board, really doing a full analysis of the existing contract, but also the staffing that we have at our current schools with our campus monitors, looking at the safety specialist position that was recommended through our safety task force, and to have this in place by the beginning of the year meant we had to backwards map and get it on the board agenda before the end of the school year to get it in place for 22-23. And this next year is that year we're doing that deeper analysis, Mr. Clark, and DT will be helping us with that before a decision is made to go anything past next year with our SRO contracts.
Okay, so what exactly, again, I just want clarification, what exactly are we looking at and what are we voting on today?
A renewal of the existing contract for one more year with the two SROs in both communities.
Okay, and this is without, and like I said, just for clarification, this is without any input from our new safety specialist, correct?
Yeah, he hasn't officially started yet, but he will be analyzing as we look at the services for next year with that hybrid model of other staff on the safety side, and before a decision is made for 23-24.
Okay, I just wish we had a little more time. I know him coming on board in May doesn't give him much time to even review or take a look at anything. And I just feel a little uncomfortable approving this. I mean, not to say that I wouldn't, because I like the hybrid model, but I just feel that maybe we, confer with him once he gets on board. I mean, if we move this down, a couple of dates, our next board meeting is when, the second week of May, I think, or
May
I'm
19th.
not sure. I don't have the.
Yeah, it's May 19th. I think part of the urgency of getting this on this agenda was the timeline that the Sacramento County supervisors need this back to put it on their agenda for our SRO contracts with Rancho Cordova. That was a little bit more restrictive timeline-wise.
Well, it means like I said, I definitely would support this. I just, in all fairness, think that DT, should have a little input on it. So I may be in the minority of it. It's nothing against our SROs. I mean, hey, the model that they have right now is working. I just feel more comfortable if DT had, a little input in, and, so I'm not seeing the urgency of getting this done right now. So respectfully, I would probably vote no on this.
Board President?
Yes, Mr.
I just want to point out, Mr. Clark, I think one of the reasons I think this might work is that, correct me if I'm wrong, we can terminate this contract within 30 days, correct? Yes. At any point.
Yeah.
So
can we?
Yeah, that's written into the MOU. So if DT's not comfortable with it.
Yeah, I can't even, I apologize. I don't even have access to it right now, and I'm just looking at the agenda. And by my own admission, I should have looked at it before I took off. But okay, but if we have the ability to terminate that, okay, yeah, I can see myself kind of going the other way now.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
No, I'll move it.
I'll second it. I'll just, reemphasize that, I think that was part of the discussion that we had the last time we discussed this, is that we'll do this for a year and then DT will have plenty of time to, really look at it. So
I just want to confirm, because we had that one card, but I just want to confirm no one else wanted to speak on this for public comment. Okay. All right. So we have a motion from Mr. Short and second from Mr. Hoover. Superintendent?
Yes, Ms. Gow?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
That'll be an aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, next agenda item, approve A through G completion
Morales.
improvement grant. Superintendent.
Yes, this item is coming back to the board after an initial presentation of the grant that we qualified for, and Ms. Carla Magno gave us an overview of that and also said she needed to seek the feedback to see how we would be potentially using these dollars to increase our A through G completers and where the highest percentage of those students were that might need the resources. We are qualifying for nearly $700,000, and Ms. Carla Magno is going to share with us our plan for using these grant dollars. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Koligian, President Reed, board members. I have the pleasure of presenting again about the A through G completion grant. I have a few duplicate slides, so I will quickly review them and then get to our new material. All right, quick background. We are the recipients of one-time funding to provide additional supports to help increase A through G eligibility with our high school students, and in particular with our unduplicated pupils. As a reminder, the A through G college entrance requirements are a sequence of high school courses that students must complete with a grade C or better to be minimally eligible for admission to a UC or CSU institution. I originally reported on the preliminary funding that FCUSD would receive, and I have good news that our firm number has increased, and we now will have a total allocation of approximately $720,000, and that these funds must be spent by 2026. This slide shows each comprehensive high school, their current A through G completion rate, and the unduplicated pupil count percentage. I also calculated approximately how many students each percentage represents at each high school. And then based on these percentage, I gave an example of how the funding would be allocated. So you may be asking yourself if we will be allocating funding toward district-wide services, and the answer is yes to that. When we are looking at potential activities, we will allocate it in this way, but we may do services that support all 3 sites district-wide. And please note that these dollars may go down to our feeder schools as well. So Cordova dollars would go to Mills and to Mitchell. So feedback gathered. We had a few meetings with some folks and did a feedback gathering campaign, and we had a variety of opportunities to meet with our middle and our high school counselors and principals to review this information and to solicit feedback from them. So the feedback themes from these stakeholders include identifying specific barriers to A through G, time to audit transcripts, advertising and sharing the why behind the importance of A through G, better articulation in math from middle to high school, science and math alternatives that are engaging and accessible, and the interest in the creation of a 4-year plan introduced in 8th grade. We had talked about doing that freshman year, but 8th grade seems to be a better target group for these academic plans. So in the next slides, I will drill down to some of the specific potential actions around these 3 areas. So increasing the number of pupils that meet A through G eligibility will include increasing access, increasing supports, and increasing awareness. Under increasing access, we're going to, the group identified, or our stakeholders noted, that auditing transcripts and investigating course options was very important for this. And then in particular, looking at courses, grades, A through G alternative courses, and different and more intervention for students. For increasing supports, our stakeholders noted professional development, more bilingual assistance, more credit recovery options. And with that said, we would look at response to instruction, assessment and grading, summer school, and after school and interim sessions. And then lastly, increasing awareness. So our stakeholders noted that the teachers in counseling and students and families needed a better understanding of A through G, access to four-year planning. We talked last time about A through G for everyone, that it's good for military, career-bound, trade school, community college. These are core academic classes that set our students up for success. And then talking about the problems with Ds. So as I said earlier, you need a C or better to move forward with those requirements for A through G eligibility. And then our grant timeline and reporting requirements. So this slide illustrates our timeline and those requirements. So during the 22-23 school year, we plan to drill down into our data surrounding A through G. This will take some time and some coordination. So on the next slide, I'll share some of those data points that we're going to collect. After the data is collected, we will set up SMART goals. And for the 22-23 school year, we'll implement those. Also during year one, we plan to launch our informational campaign for students, families, and for teachers. During the following year, we're going to launch those SMART goals I talked about and start implementing additional programs and PD. So as we move into implementation, we plan on monitoring our data to adjust and expand the plan as needed. And then these are those data points that I just talked about. So we'll look at overall A through G completion rate, disaggregate A through G completion rate by student group and ethnicity and race. And then mathematics pathway completion, students with an IEP, we want to be aware of those students as well. And we'll look at the % of students taking a course of rigor. That would be our AP and our IB courses. We'll disaggregate the % of students taking a course of rigor, the % of students who recover failing grades, and we'll disaggregate the % of students who recover failing grades. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank those who helped me with this. So a special thank you to Suzanne Borth on the curriculum and instruction team, the FCUSD counselors, and the high school principals for their help and support. Any questions?
Yeah, that was,
Yes,
exciting.
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Clark.
Yes, can we go back to page 8, I believe? Yeah, right there. Love the idea of the transcripts being audited. Just out of curiosity, how often are you going to audit these transcripts?
You know, that's a great question, Mr. Clark. I would say at least annually, but we want to make sure that kids are taking the right course. So, you know, doing that a few times a year would actually be the best plan for that.
Okay, that's kind of what when you said annually, it was like, well, you're not going to measure too much if you do it annually, but maybe a couple of times a year just to make sure that they're on track would be great. I love the idea of the transcripts being audited. So I just had to ask that question.
Sure, this should be part of our academic plan as well. So counselors will have already overseen all of this and are helping students to put those plans together to make future decisions. So, but auditing the transcripts definitely is part of the data that we're going to need to keep tabs on as we go through this process.
And is there a possibility that you can update the board on how those audits are going? I mean, it doesn't have to be student specific, but just maybe a graph of any potential red flags or anything that comes up during these transcripts and how we can help our students moving forward.
Yes, and we do report out to the board 2 times during this process, and I would be happy to share that information at that time.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Other questions?
A couple of them.
Yep,
There we go.
Mr. Hooley.
Well, thanks for doing this. I'm tempted to have you come back a different time if the price keeps going up every time. But that's great news that it's getting to be a bit more than we thought. Staying on this slide, I guess one of the things I'm wondering about is it looks like a lot of this work we're putting into the hands of our school counselors, I'm assuming who are already pretty slammed. So it's great to have the funding, but do we have concerns around just the workload on the counselors themselves?
Yes. So that definitely came up when we spoke with the counselors. And we want to build capacity for the future. So we have to be mindful of that because this money's going to run out. So we had talked about as a group potentially funding a counselor on special assignment to help with this work. And what I hope to do is put together some systems and systematize this so that we can potentially take some of the work off of our counselors, because this funding, like I said, it is $720,000, but it will go away at some point. And I want to make sure that we have a plan in place to sustain the work that we're doing now.
Yeah, that's great. In the interim, I mean, we can use that funding
Yes.
for a new position to do something like that.
Bet.
That's fantastic. And then if we can go back to slide 5, actually, before I ask that question, I am curious, on page 6, you mentioned the 4-year plans. Is that something I'm assuming the middle school counselors will do with the 8th grade students?
Yes, I think we need to have a joint collaboration between our high school and our middle school counselors with that. Absolutely.
Have we had any middle schools that have done something like that in the past?
That's a good question. No, Dr. Huber shaking his head no.
Yeah, I think that'll be that'll be a huge help in understanding all of this. So last question then on this slide 5. I just want to make sure I'm seeing this and understanding it correctly. That A through G completion rate at Cordova High, we're saying right now is 21%.
Correct.
I realize these last few years have probably made that, I don't know what kind of impact it's had on that rate. Is that somewhat historically around where it's been?
Great question, and I did not pull that data, but I can pull that and email the board.
Okay, yeah, I'd be curious to see if that's kind of around where we've been. As it stands right now, I mean, we're talking about 1 in 5 students at Cordova High is even eligible to go to a UC or a state school.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, and so more of a comment than a question, but I appreciate that we've said, yes, this money is going to be split district-wide, but at least here it's looking like we are really going to emphasize educating our Cordova students around this A through G
Absolutely.
program so that number we can get up, hopefully twice, 3 times as much as it is right now, if not more. So
Yes, thank you for that. We, as you can see, we've concentrated most of the funds toward Cordova High School. But the great thing about that is that when we do PD for counselors, it'll be benefited, district-wide.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Hoover?
I have some, I guess probably just one. How many years does the funding get us? So for example, I know you said 2026 is when we have to use it by, but how many years does this current grant actually get us? Do we propose? I mean, how many years is this spread out over? Is it just one?
No,
Okay.
This will be a multi-year.
Okay, so I think kind of to what you were saying earlier, what's the plan? Not to think too far into the future, but once those are exhausted, do we think other grant money could be available, or?
I'm hopeful.
Okay.
We've had a lot of grant money come down from the state, so I am new in my position, and these grants have been great. So I'm hopeful that they continue.
Okay. Yeah, because it would be a bummer to start all this great work and then have to finish it. Obviously, that's not an argument against this, but
right.
would love to see this continue, because I do think, this is an excellent presentation, but I do think we need to put more of a focus here, and particularly on our Cordova students. So thanks.
Agree. Yes, we're keeping the end in mind. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'm actually just curious, is there a certain A to G requirement that's not being fulfilled at a higher level than other A to G requirements?
Yes, math and science are stumbling blocks.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I did have one question. What constitutes auditing of transcripts?
That is a great question. From my knowledge of this, it would be looking at, with that academic plan, what students are planned out for, and then reconciling that with their grades. So we have students that are not passing their classes, and then we need to provide an opportunity for them to be able to make that up, because if you get, say, a D in a class, and we've had cases of that where a student received a 69% and was ineligible for A through G. So we would look at plans and reconcile what actually happens, and then help those students get back on track.
So, but would you say it's manually intensive?
A counselor could help me answer that better. I would say probably yes.
I'm just wondering if we couldn't deploy technology that would make the counselor's
Yes.
job much easier.
We're looking into that.
Okay, and just simply hit a button, produce a report, which students, yeah, okay. Yeah, I certainly, want to do what we can to make the counselors' lives easier. I know they have a lot of responsibility, and certainly adding an audit to that, if we could do something technologically that would make their life easier, I would definitely be supportive.
Yes, great suggestion, and we are looking into that. There are programs out there.
All right, or maybe we could have one of our wonderful students code it if we have to create it. So, all right, let's see, public comment? No public comment. All right, back to the board.
I'll move.
All right, oh, you were switching it up.
Sorry. Second. Yeah.
Motion by Mr. Hoover, second by Mr. Short, Superintendent.
Ms. Gao?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next item, approval of contract with Bus West and presentation on Folsom Cordova Unified School District transportation fleet. Superintendent.
Yes, this request for the analysis of our diesel fleet versus our gas fleet was a board request from a previous meeting. So we're actually combining two topics of doing that comparison and then also looking at a contract with Bus West. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Martin, who will introduce Mr. Snow.
Yes, Director Snow is with me here this evening to answer any technical questions you may have. But we have a presentation this evening to just talk a little bit about the transportation fleet, and then potentially what we would ask for approval tonight would be to be purchasing some new diesel buses. If you recall, the board at the second interim presentation, we allocated $1 million of our reserves for that purpose, for bus needs. So currently the district, and all of this information I want to share is from Jim Snow and his team. And so we want to appreciate all the work they did to help create all these documents here. So currently the district has 83 renewable diesel buses. So we actually use renewable diesel, and I learned about this. And so Jim shared with me that we actually use a product that is actually produced from vegetable oil, from the refining process of vegetable oil, believe it or not, which actually decreases emissions between 40 to 90%. So we are obviously already doing some green impacts with our current fleet. The real benefits are it's about the same cost as regular diesel, and there isn't any conversion that's required of our engines. Now, there aren't as many providers of that. Jim and I were actually talking today about it, and the fact that there was really initially only one provider in the area, and now we have about 3 that we have access to. But again, the pricing is relatively the same as traditional or diesel that comes through from dinosaurs and carbon-based. And so we see an energy or a green energy component with regards to emissions. So 31 of our buses are the large 40-foot long, what you think of as a traditional bus. Those are used primarily for home to school and extracurricular activities, sports, field trips, those types of activities. We have 52 smaller buses, and you can see the range of the length of those. And those all come with wheelchair lifts and are used for our special needs students. And so you can see actually our fleet is actually much larger when it comes to number of buses for special ed services related to IEP requirements. The district has already put in place an order for 7 electric buses that we were supposed to get a year ago or so originally. And we can chalk it up to COVID and lots of other things, but where we are at this point is we were anticipating getting them this year. It sounds like now that might get postponed past July or past June, so this will be probably next fiscal year before we receive them. But really, by far the majority of the cost is offset via grants, and you can see all the different providers of those funding. And so the district's cost for all 7 buses is approximately about $300,000. Additionally, when we're putting in electric vehicles, we have to put in infrastructure to charge them. And so we have a grant as well. That is in process. We're still working with SMUD on finalizing the capacity, the size, because they have to put in, transformers and all the power pieces. But we know already the entire cost of that initial installation will be covered through a grant, and we potentially will get some additional funds through SMUD once we finalize on the sizing and everything else. So we'll have some extra dollars to help with the future infrastructure needs that we will have for future buses. So the question was kind of a return on investment between electric versus diesel. And here's the funny thing. Because the vendors get to decide how much they charge you for something, they make it so that over the 15 years, it works out it's about the same. And the reason for that is with a diesel bus, you have less upfront capital cost to purchase the bus. On this example, it says $165. But the truth is our buses are normally set up a little closer to $200,000. And so what happens though is on the diesel side, you obviously have more ongoing costs, ongoing maintenance costs, fuel, oil, all of those pieces, right? Whereas on an electric bus, the cost is mostly absorbed up front. The capital cost to buy the bus is significantly more. But when you break down all the annualized costs, at the end of the day, magically, they cost about the same over the length of ownership, over a 15-year time. And that's because they're setting the price. And so really, converting from diesel to electric would be about cost neutral for total out-of-pocket cost or return on investment for a district, except for all those grants that we keep getting. And so that's the big player in that, and that's what you kind of see here. So on the left, you see the chart, and it breaks down the costs, and you see that on the electric, the blue is much bigger as a proportion of the total cost, and that's the bus cost. But where you see the savings is the energy cost, which is that orange, is dark orange in the middle. But if you look over on the chart on the right, what you see is if you include the grant funds that get the cost of the bus for under $50,000 a bus, you see your total outlay is significantly less because of the savings related to the grant. So whatever the grant is, that's going to create the savings that's generated between the two options. Otherwise, those two bars would end up meeting in the same spot because the initial blue bar would be higher because we'd be spending, several $400,000, but then the cost would balance out in the end. So that's just, capitalism at its finest. You're going to sell it for what you can make money for it, right? And so that's how that works. So, some additional information. Jim has already applied for another 5 electric buses. He got wind of a grant opportunity where it will be 100% funded. So we're looking at about a $2 million there. So we're hoping to hear something pretty soon about that. We still haven't heard anything on that one, right? Yeah. And so we're hoping that we get access to that. Potentially on those funds as well, we do have to figure out where we're going to fund the infrastructure, but as we talked about, we may have some money from the first project. Also, there is a likelihood that with these buses, there will be remaining funds, and then a lot of times they'll add on dollars for infrastructure. So we're looking at that as well. And we are, when we're building out the current infrastructure work, we're going to stub out for future. That way we have the ability for that growth, right? Some of the things we worry about with electric buses, and Jim can speak more to this because he obviously knows the ins and out on a daily basis, but with an electric bus, right now the range is about 135 miles, and it takes about 6 hours to charge. So with a normal route of 85 miles, it really wouldn't have the ability to take on any extra activities if we had a field trip or after-school event, something else. And so we're limited to, and obviously distance-wise, if we do have an event that is further down, if it's down in Bay Area or someplace further off, really an electric bus is not going to probably be ideal for us. Also, there's still some questions about the battery replacement and the cost associated with that. Now, we see battery costs continuing to drop, but similar to replacing a transmission or a whole engine, there will probably be some anticipated costs over a 15-year period. You can see that their warranty is 8 to 10 years, but just like any good salesman, they'll tell you, well, but it will probably last 15, even though they will warrant it 8 to 10. So that's fine. And then, of course, any power disruption. If we were to lose power, we wouldn't be able to charge our buses, whereas with gas, we have other means. We can go to locations. We have started having conversations about having a backup location, potentially maybe coordinating with a government entity that has electric vehicles or another school district, maybe that's off of our grid on a different location that we could have a reciprocal agreement. So we might start continuing those conversations about looking at something like that so we have a backup. I think what we kind of, the last sentence here, that, or the second to last big bullet point there, was that we'd love to be 100% zero emissions, but until the technology allows for a 40-foot bus to do all the things that we need, right? And I think Jim shared 350 miles is where he's kind of, or a quick charge where you can charge the entire bus up in within 30 minutes or less than an hour for sure. Then other than that, then we still have a need for diesel. But as we shared, we've converted to the biodiesel, which we know is a cleaner option versus just traditional diesel as well. So, and so the last item here is that we are recommending that $1 million that the board reserved to purchase 6 buses. They're Thomas diesel buses. 4 of them we will be able to actually receive around July. Yes. Okay. And because they actually have them ready to go, which is kind of nice. All the electric buses have been years out, and same with the Thomases. Those will be out, the electric Thomases, those will be out for a while. And so that $1 million will allow us to purchase 6 of them. And then we're also replacing buses that don't qualify for any electric grant applications at this time. So it's not, a lot of times we like to keep our older buses because those are the ones that qualify for the larger dollar grants. But these buses don't qualify. They continually have issues. The particular models are breaking down a lot. I think they're internationals. And so they're kind of a one-off we have in our fleet. So it'd be really nice to replace those. These are all smaller special ed buses, these ones, I believe. And so they'll be replacing those other units that we want to mothball out. So.
All right, thank you. Are there questions from the board? Mr. Short.
Thank you, Ms. Snow and the staff for doing this presentation. It's really good. Didn't know we're using biofuels. That's really, really good. I mean, every part helps taking a little bit of the carbon out of the air. I'm kind of curious because I've seen some presentations on buses. We go to CSBA. Why isn't the technology there? Because they're getting ready to do semis. You know, I know Tesla is, and other ones that can go a longer range and they're quicker charge. Maybe the busing industry is just not there yet. You know, quick charge is just a higher voltage infrastructure. 480, you know, it's just, you don't have those type of buses out there?
Yeah, I know
I mean, it's just really charging system, and it's a lithium phosphate battery. It's really just a high charge system.
Yeah, Tesla is kind of a one-off because they have their own charging system set up.
Yeah.
Basically, everything else, the buses that we're talking about would be using our proprietary fast chargers or public charging. So like that you see at the supermarket or something like that. They can't access those high-speed DC chargers.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that has to change soon. Huh?
Yeah, one of the things that the Air Resource Board in Sacramento area is trying to push is to get chargers out to other districts. That's how we ended up with the $500,000 grant for ours.
Okay.
Because they are funding infrastructure around the state.
Yeah, and I like the idea you were talking about stepping out for the future. Maybe you would start thinking about larger voltage systems, trammers in there. Maybe SMUD can work with us on that. So that's thinking in the future, we'd have to have the higher voltage. The other question is, I sit on the attendance committee, and one of the things that we were discussing there, and correct me if I'm wrong, if somebody's still here, that a lot of access to kids getting from school to there is an issue of transportation. Do we have any numbers in here to address the future need for addressing some of the more busing and more things to get the kids that are not able to get to school because there's no transportation for them? I think there would probably be more buses that we would need at this point.
Right. So one of the things, and I had talked to Scott a little bit about, and actually Jim and I discussed it as well, as a model where maybe we have a run later in the morning. So we might not need another bus, but what the idea there is the kids where if we have, especially our chronic absenteeism, what they're saying is they woke up late and they can't get to school or mom wasn't able to take them, we can run a late run, go grab those kids. Maybe they're an hour late, but that gets them still in. And so we get them in that way. So we had talked about that and maybe using and identifying some of our supplemental dollars or some through the LCAP process where we can identify that as an additional opportunity to use transportation to get kids to school for attendance purposes. So that wouldn't probably require extra buses. It would just probably have another route.
And then also maybe the rates the parents have to pay to help some of those kids too, so.
Yeah, and just so you're aware, there is actually currently going through the legislative side right now is one of the things is fully funding transportation. And we don't know what that's all going to look like, but that is something that they're actively talking about for this budget, which would be a significant change to what we've received in the past when it comes to transportation dollars. So we're crossing our fingers, but also we're holding our breath to know what all the ties and requirements come with all of those things. So that might eliminate fees. It might be everybody that wants to ride rides. It's like 100% covered. At least that's the initial language from the summary documents that we've been getting from some folks.
As you can see, we have a large encroachment also in the special education. 52 buses, more routes, more schedules, so we're probably spending a lot more money there historically. Hopefully that sounds like really good news then if we can get that.
Yeah, and you know, as long as they build it in a structure that is sustainable long-term, that's also important too.
All right, thank you. Looking forward to that.
Mr. Hoover?
Thank you. Jim, you must get a lot of extended warranty calls. I don't know how you handle all that. So actually, I appreciate, Sean, your slides because I had written down a bunch of questions and then one of your slides answered half of them. So that works well. I was curious on the efficiency of the biodiesel versus the regular diesel. Is there an efficiency difference on that in terms of range or?
It's actually a little bit better, and we're using a renewable diesel, which is a different product than the biodiesel.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, so with renewable diesel, all the vehicle, the manufacturer warranties stay intact. We don't void anything by using it. I think we're one of about 5 districts in the area that's using it now.
That's great.
And I think we've been using it for 5 or 6 years. So
can you switch back and forth if there was a shortage of?
Can.
Okay.
Yeah, you can mix it. You can
That's
put
great.
it in the same.
It's kind of like
tank, it doesn't
ethanol
matter.
or for the gas.
So price-wise, it's usually within a penny or two below or above, so it's very comparable price-wise. Mileage, we're seeing the same mileage that we've seen out of traditional diesel, and a little bit lower maintenance cost on the particulate traps because there is no carbon coming out.
So. That's great.
Yeah.
Sounds like a win all around. On the cost to recharge versus fuel, it said on the slide about 14 cents per kilowatt hour for the electrics. Is that going to vary at all? Or have you seen variance in that? Or is that pretty predictable for the long term?
It's pretty much whatever our SMUD rate is. So which is pretty.
So if SMUD raises the rate,
yes,
we're going to, So, okay.
Similar to regular fuel, we're
sure
diesel goes up, same kind of market impact. So.
Sure, yeah, but I mean, obviously, it's quite a bit cheaper than the diesel, so I mean, that's a win. But and I think you answered the rest of my questions. So I would just add that I definitely support the staff recommendation, also because I think it probably is good to have a mix of buses, at least until the technology gets there, which I don't think is going to be for a while, but that way, if there is ever any issues, we're not fully reliant on an electric fleet. But I love, honestly, I love both of these options, and I love that we're purchasing both because, I think this is it's great for our district, and hopefully, if we can keep getting grants, why not keep buying electric too? So, thanks.
Mr. Clark, do you have any questions?
I did. If we can go back to page 5, I'm just curious. We were looking at, might have been, the infrastructure to supercharge quickly in multiple locations. I know that's somewhere down the road, but what's the district's plans for securing those areas for supercharging these buses? Are we going to negotiate with property owners? I mean, how is that going to work?
Well, I would say that with regards to, there's two pieces there. If it was a situation where like our power was out and we need to charge in another, that would be kind of a reciprocal agreement we would want to. So we're going to start those conversations with other government entities, other school districts that maybe have chargers like Twin Rivers, as long as the chargers are compatible, obviously. With regards to the supercharging, I think those are still things that because it's such new technology, that's part of the conversation is getting chargers all throughout the major corridors and areas so that there's availability to that. I would think as a school district, we would have access to those within, if there's an ability to. I would assume that that's going to be coming down more via the legislative side and as these grant funds happen. But I don't think we have the knowledge at this point to be able to say for sure, yes, we're guaranteed to have supercharging access, when we drive down to downtown Sacramento or something for the day or something like that, so.
Right. Or, well, I can't see us taking them like out of town, or if there's a, maybe down to the Bay Area or something like that. But I was just curious about how we can, find areas to charge quickly, because you say multiple locations. I'm thinking, okay, how are we going to set those up? How are we going to be billed as a district? I mean, are we working with other entities, or, how is that going to work? So that was just my question. Thank you.
Just to speak to that, within the Air Board, when we meet and we discuss infrastructure, where we want to see these dollars go, because they basically ask us, what do you want us to do with this wheelbarrow full of money? Is that as school districts build out the infrastructure, they are looking at putting it at school sites. So for example, if we took a trip to El Dorado Union, we could hook up to theirs while we're there to charge to get back. So long-term goal, that is the goal of the Air Board, is to get them spread out.
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much.
Mr. Snow, what's the average life, or actually the average age of our bus fleet right now?
Average age is probably 12 years at this point.
12 years. And what is the life expectancy of a diesel versus an electric, just out of curiosity?
They both claim 15 to 20.
15, 20, okay. And so are we, with the purchase of, I guess, between the 7 and the 6, that's 13, are we retiring 13 buses?
So any of the ones that are included in the grant, it is a bus for a bus.
Okay.
So we have buses that are pre-2007. And for those buses, we have to, when we get the new bus, we take that one in and they destroy the engine.
So for the electric?
For all of the electric, it's a bus for a bus.
And then what about with the new diesels? Are we retiring any buses? Or are we
We are retiring 6 buses.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right. Any questions from or comments from the public? Hearing none. Back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
All right. We're back to the motion by Mr. Short and second by Mr. Hoover, Superintendent.
Yes, Ms. Gao?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, we're on to agenda item 14, discussion. Before I dive into this, what item are you folks here for? Let's, if the board is all right.
We still have one more discussion action, but I think
Do we?
moving our 2 schools up before, at the under discussion would be great. We
Oh,
could
I
do
did.
that.
I skipped budget guidelines. All right, my apologies. If the board is okay, can we skip ahead to item 14C? And then we'll go.
BNC, yeah. So it'd be Innovations Academy
B
and
and
then
C.
Mills.
All right, yeah, let's do that, so we're not keeping you. My apologies. Any, is that all right? Okay, all right,
Gives
so.
you a chance to catch your breath.
John, you'll be here though, right? You're staying for the whole meeting.
Okay, so we'll jump to item 14B, Innovations Academy update.
All right. Well, welcome, Principal Walker. Thank you for your patience tonight, but we're also very excited that Innovations Academy has had a great takeoff year in their first year, and we thank you for your leadership and your staff. But tonight is an opportunity to give the board an overview of where we've come this year and what some of your goals are for next year.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Kaligian, and thank you, everybody, for your time tonight to give me an opportunity to showcase innovations. Do I get... and thank you, leadership team, as well. So it has only been a very short year, and so short that it was this meeting a year ago that I was announced as a principal. So we've done a lot in a very short amount of time. And to kind of give you, I talk in metaphors. So the first picture there on the left, that has been basically our year this year, where we are building the rocket ship as we are flying through space. And we've had moments where asteroids are coming at us and we're trying to build and figure things out. And then we've had moments where we're on beautiful spacewalks. So we've had a little bit of both, and it has been because of the team that we have. It's been because of the people in this room and the grace of our families as to why we've been able to get to the space box of where we are right now. So thank you to all of you. So a couple of comments that families, students, and then also teachers have given to us. Rebecca, one of our parents, says that the teachers are amazing, attentive, and always willing to tutor if you're having a hard time. The administration is nice, informative, and quick to reply. The flexibility of online learning at home is the best feature, and Innovations is truly a gem in our public school system, and we couldn't be happier. Tawana, another parent, says that this program will keep your student within grade level standards for in-person school, even though it is virtual. And this program will keep your kids on track for any change in any setting. That was really a heartfelt comment for me, because we get compared to distance learning so often, and we are not distance learning, if anybody has an understanding of our program. So that was very thoughtful for her to say that. One of our fourth grade teachers, Susie Solorzano, said, virtual education is not one-dimensional. Innovations allows students to engage in different ways and fosters communication and relationships. And I had the opportunity to speak with a couple students about a week ago, and David, who's in the 7th grade, said, I love that you have times to be in person and at home. My teachers give me more individual help and attention than they did at my last school. So to show you just some of the feedback that we've been getting from families and parents. So this year, very starting off, we needed to figure out what our North Star was. And this was something that not just myself, I created, but it was really a collective agreement and discovering of our families as well as our staff. So they came up with the sentence here: to empower students to achieve successful, independent learning through innovative collaboration with parents, teachers, and peers. So that is our guiding light, and everything that we do and all the systems that we put into place will be moving towards this area. So this is just a little glimpse of what virtual education looks like, whether it be in a kindergarten classroom through a 12th grade classroom. You have there over on the left, we have Miss Erica, who is a favorite by all of our students. She is our high school counselor, but she also jumps into our kindergarten classrooms, our 3rd grade classrooms for PBIS raffle prizes. She does one-on-one skill building strategies with students if they need executive functioning skills. She is a cushion for support for parents and parenting strategies. And especially right now with our students coming out of the last 2 years, our parents need a lot of help as well. The bottom picture there is when our students were coming into our learning lab for one of their first science activities that they did when we were able to get back together. And that little middle picture right there is one of our TAs. She was a very easy hire, as you can see. So what have we done this year? Well, we do have a social media following as well on Instagram and on Facebook, and we have a fabulous teacher who's manning all of that with everything that we're doing. Our enrollment is just about under 300. That's what we've been steady at. We've had, as you've heard, I'm sure, many wait lists throughout this year, and we have continued interest. January, we had 22 packets of enrollment that were given to us. In February, there was 18. In March, there was 15. We have started our PTA process, which we will be continuing through next year, where we are selecting I'm forgetting what they're called, the people who are organizing it. We also started our WASC accreditation process for kindergarten through 12th grade, so that process will be finished next year as well. And we're also working with other school districts across the state and just collaborating with the types of things that they're doing to create virtual academies, and I'm sharing my ideas as well, so creating a network of people who are doing the same work. This is one of our kids. I was just speaking with my fourth graders yesterday about how excited they are for this. This is our mascot contest. So earlier in the year, they all voted on what was our mascot was going to be, which is going to be an astronaut. And then they decided that they wanted to have an influence on what it looked like. So our wall was posted with so many different amazing entries. These are just a few of them. And so within this next week, they are going to vote on what the inspiration will be for our actual mascot. Very talented, aren't they?
Yeah.
So what about for next year? Well, already at the time that I had written this presentation, which is a few weeks ago, we had 229 enrolled for next year. So that was as of April 6th. To give you an idea, when we were in May of 2021, we only had 127. And we ended up with, I think, so this was, and that hit that 200 mark around August. So we're already on great projections for an increase. We've increased our teachers, so working closely with HR, we've been able to add more staffing, which has allowed us to separate our middle school and high school, which is going to allow for a lot of growth, especially in the middle school program, which is a need for our middle schools, to have an alternative placement for some students that are really struggling in different areas of their growth. This also allows for our enrollment to grow up to 425. Our PTA, of course, we will continue establishing the officers for next year. We are anticipating a WASC accreditation visit for December of 2022, which hopefully we will have that accreditation stamp in time for getting ready for those kids to apply for college for the next fall. But our main focus, so although this year our focus was actually building the foundation of everything, next year our focus is on climate and culture and creating a climate and culture team that is primarily students from elementary all the way up through high school, establishing pillars and them deciding who is it that they want to be. And when somebody says you're from innovations, what is that vision that the other person sees and what they believe? So that's just a very short glimpse, high level, of what we've done in a very short amount of time. And thank you very much for this opportunity to be able to lead this very exciting project. It's something that actually I talked to Angie about 5 years ago, and I didn't realize it, but when I was 16 years old and I was working in a preschool, my goal was to actually build a preschool from the bottom up. I just didn't have any idea that it was going to include through seniors. So thank you for helping me live my, my dream as a professional. So thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, questions? No, actually, I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
What's your return rate, do you think, for next year from existing students returning next year?
I wish I had those exact numbers and I can get them for you when I get back into the office tomorrow, but we have a very high return rate of those families that have already responded that they are coming back. Very little, actually, when I had checked the numbers, and that was probably back in March, only 15 at that time, this is very early March, were returning back to in-person school. However, we did have a lot of families that had not responded yet. So, but if you like, I can get those numbers for you as accurate as
I'd just be curious. And are you seeing new students coming in?
Yeah, actually we are. I can get that number for you as well.
Yeah, thank you. And, you know, I was kind of curious when we decided to create this school, we you know, obviously we weren't the first in the state to create a school like this, but it was fairly unique, if I recall, in this region. Are we seeing any requests for interdistrict transfers into this school?
Yes, actually, we have quite a few interdistrict transfers. Some are coming from SAC. We also have some from El Dorado Hills as well. We're able to service any county that touches Sacramento County.
And are we marketing it?
Yes, we have, and we continue to.
Excellent. All right. And then the WASC visit. So how does that work with a virtual school? Is it going to be a virtual visit, or are they going to actually come here?
I'm planning on it being a little bit of both. So hybrid is really what our program is. And so there will be a physical portion of the visit, but they will also be jumping into our virtual classrooms as well.
Okay. And then finally, those quotes were wonderful. Maybe you've already done this, but if you haven't, you know, maybe put those quotes on the website.
I have not done that. That is a good idea.
Because when people are looking at it and they see some of these awesome quotes, including the quote from the student, obviously don't put their last name, but I think that would be wonderful.
Good idea, thank you.
All right.
I have a question
Yeah,
just
Mr.
to
Hoover.
follow up. So actually, David asked my question about outside the district. Why is it that we can only serve counties that touch Sacramento?
That is, I don't know the exact reason why, but I know when I was at a previous school, it was the exact same thing. So
Okay.
I think it's a rule within our state, so that way we're not pulling kids
see.
from Southern California and so forth.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it'd be fun to pull kids from other parts of the state, but that's okay. Great. Yeah. Thanks. That was it.
So you must be doing CASP testing this week too.
Yes, actually, our third graders start on Monday.
All right. Actually, well, it's discussion, but still, any comments from the public? All right. So thank you for the update. Appreciate it. All right. Then we will jump to Mills Middle School overview. And again, my apologies for keeping you guys so.
Welcome, Principal Kerrigan and team. Thank you for your patience, too. Tonight's presentation about Mills Middle School is also an overview, but it's also in response to a board request when we were really delving into our middle school schedule at Mitchell. And we wanted to learn more about Mills and the awesome programs you're offering there, what you're doing to build culture and climate, and how you align and articulate with Mitchell in feeding into Cordova High School. So with that, we welcome you, Dana, and your team, and turn it over to you.
Well, thank you for this opportunity, and good evening, Dr. Kalikian and President Reed and board members. I'd like to start off by introducing the team of people that I brought with me tonight. So this is Keith Shields. He's one of our assistant principals. And I have Stephanie Bird. She is one of our STEM teachers, and she's also a district equity leader. And then Stephanie Cecil, who's our math division lead and our climate facilitator, and Mr. Terry Douglas, who's hiding in the back corner, who is our campus monitor. So Keith's going to get us started.
So thank you, Ms. Kerrigan. To get us started with our presentation this evening, I'm going to first share some couple slides that will paint a picture of who we are. But we're going to start with our mission and our vision. And there's some key words in here that you're going to see as a theme as the rest of our presenters present tonight. And so our vision is Mills Middle School is an inclusive, diverse community of learners whose staff ensures equitable access to rigorous academic learning while simultaneously fostering the social and emotional well-being of the whole child. Our mission, Mills Middle School prioritizes the needs of each student by cultivating an inclusive environment that provides for community-based academic and social and emotional growth. And so, for us, when we came up with these collective commitments in our mission and our vision, the key words are having a diverse community in an inclusive environment. And so as I've transitioned to the next slide, please keep that in mind as we look at some demographics. So you can see the makeup of our school. Mills does clearly offer a diverse population in a community. And with that comes unique opportunities and challenges. And you can see from the second and third notes up there, you can see that we have a high percentage of English learners, fostering homeless youth, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students. However, when we talk about programs moving forward, we're very proud to welcome all of our students every day as we strive to provide them with a safe, supportive environment, especially in light of some of the events that are happening in the world. We are seeing some of those students coming to our campuses, and we look forward to providing them with equitable access to education through our range of academic programs. And so with that, I will turn it over to my colleagues.
Okay, I'm going to start and share a little bit about our elective programs. I'm a Project Lead the Way STEM teacher and have been for 15 years at Mills. And so I offer a technology program as well as another teacher who offers some robotics and computer science programs and also computer application classes in our elective. We also recently brought on a Farm to Fork program. We have an incredible music program. We just got a new music teacher this year. We've had music for a long time, but he's fantastic. And then we also this year started implementing a flex program, which is 3 days a week. And then the other 2 days a week, we have our advisory classes. So during those 3 days a week, students get to choose or are selected for particular classes. So I'm going to let Ms. Cecil talk about our intervention, but something that we're able to offer with those flex classes is for the students that don't need intervention, we can offer some enrichment. So for example, one of the things that I did was a SMUD video contest for electric vehicles. So a lot of times you have these things you want to do, you just can't find the time in the classroom to do them. And so the flex time gives you time to do some of those expanded ideas. I've done some art programs, which is where we've brought some of the art into the MAC in Rancho Cordova. And I've allowed my classroom to become a makerspace for students to just have a lot of freedom in choosing what they do for the ones that don't need the intervention. So.
Also, as part of our Flex program, modeled after what Vista has been doing, we've really used this as our implementation of RTI. So what we have done is on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, it's students' opportunity to receive additional support in any of their classes. And as a math teacher, I can't tell you how valuable this time has been. At the beginning of the year, with this being our first year trying it, we didn't know how students would receive this, oh, you have to come now for more math help. Now I have students coming up to me, Miss Cecil, please red check me. I want to come to Flex because I know that when I come there, I can get the extra support I need within the school day to be successful and show that I'm approaching mastery of these essential standards. So our Flex periods have really been excellent for all of our students because the students who are needing that intervention time are getting it. And then our students who want to pursue other passions and interests are also being able to do that. Our counselors have also been helping during Flex, and they've been working specifically. We have one of our counselors that's been working specifically with some of our newcomer ELs on really just breaking it down. Let's practice writing your alphabet. You know, a lot of these students coming from Afghanistan and things like that, giving additional supports within the school day to really target the areas they need. Another one of our counselors is doing a group that is actually going out into the community and being able to do some outreach so that they're getting involved in their community. And then the other 2 days a week, we still have our advisory period where we're really working with our social emotional learning. That's where we're also implementing our second step so that we're making sure that within the school day, we're also meeting the social emotional needs of our learners. A couple other electives that I wanted to share with you that are new, and I'm really excited to actually follow our program on the A through G requirements, is this year we have implemented during the students' one elective period our English learners who have not yet reclassified as English proficient that have already been in the United States for 2 years and no longer have that requirement of a second English period. We now have designed through the hard work of our counselors, our academic support coach, our admin, and especially our English department, an ELD class that specifically targets those English learners. Again, 1 out of 4 students at Mills is an English learner to help them reclassify as English proficient. So the goal being that by the time they leave Mills, when they are taking these English classes that they need a C or better in order to be able to fulfill those requirements, they are now more on track to meet those goals, whereas previously they were just having their one regular English class. And if you've only been in the United States for 2 years, you're probably not English proficient if that's not your native language. And so we're really excited to be offering that and really meeting the needs of our English learners. One of our other RTI models that we implemented this year is we also have a math lab course, which I'm one of the teachers that currently teach it. And it was such an honor to be able to present to the district this thought process of this class, because what we were noticing based off of our iReady data, because we haven't had state testing data for a couple years, is that many of our students actually come to Mills already 3 or more grade levels behind in math. So if you're already coming to Mills 3 or more grade levels behind in math, and we're hearing how the math and the sciences tend to be the problem and why a lot of students at Cordova are not being able to meet their requirements, we wanted to make sure that at our level, we were doing something to address that. And so with our math lab course, it's a course during their elective period, which they actually come and we're actually really targeting those essential skills that we know that they have holes and gaps in that are preventing them for being successful in their grade level math course. And I'm very happy, I'm happy to share the data with you, but with my first, and it's a semester long course, and it's kind of a point of pride right now for me, but with our first group of students that I had this year, 8th graders, when we took the iReady diagnostic in August to see where students were, and then we took the same diagnostics in January after just one semester of this course, the average growth for the students in that class was 2 to 3 grade levels. So they're now within 1 grade level. The growth that they had was off the charts. They still are in their regular math classes. Now they're actually building confidence in their math skills, which is actually engaging them more in class. They're coming to flex during their flex time to get the additional support they need. And we're feeling very confidently that with these interventions that we're putting in place, that we will now be preparing students to be more on track when they do go to Cordova to be able to fulfill those A through G requirements. And then the last academic program I wanted to highlight with you today is the unique program we have called the CARE program that's actually funded through SCOE. Currently, we have an amazing 6th grade teacher who you can imagine coming from elementary school and transitioning to middle school is challenging for any students. But for some of our students with certain experiences, they have been placed in a CARE program where they get a much more additional supports to make sure that they're being successful in making the transition to middle school. And we're looking to actually extend our CARE program into 7th grade next year. And that's kind of one of our goals for next year. Which button is it? Okay. So that's going to bring us into kind of the climate and the behavior supports that we have. And as the climate facilitator, I'd like to highlight our PBIS program. So last year we were awarded the silver recognition for our Tier 1 PBIS program. And I'm happy to share with you, we will be reapplying for that status this year and very hopeful that we will be receiving that recognition again. And our PBIS Tier 1 team has really been focusing on those 5 pillars, our 5 Ps, that basically are the foundations of a merit system that we have implemented at Mills. So when students are behaving those 5 pillars and they're exhibiting positive behaviors at schools, they maintain their merits, which allow them access to things like being able to attend school dances now that we're able to have them again, different activities, and most importantly, what our students have become used to, a big culture aspect of our school is we have Fun Fridays. So for our students that are maintaining their merits, we do things like next week we're giving out otter pops at the end of the day, at the end of state testing. We have different events throughout the year, and our biggest one, which was amazing, it was the Friday before spring break. We had our first ever Glow Games. It was epic. I can show you pictures and videos later, but with the help of district maintenance, they came through, they blacked out our gym, all the windows. Through a grant that we received, we were able to use some of that funds. We got black lights, we got glow in the dark paint, we had cornhole glow in the dark, we had giant Jenga, we had Connect 4, we had arcade style basketball, we had all the things that you can imagine, we had music pumping, and all the kids that had earned their merits were so excited to have a day to go play, have fun, and experience what it's like to be a Mustang. And the really cool thing is, although students can lose merits for things like maybe not being prompt, being late to class, or things like that, we always offer a way for students to restore their merits through merit recovery. We use things like our flex period to help do that. And the students that knew that the Glow Games were coming up, they were doing all kinds of campus beautification projects. They were doing things to help their teachers. They were being especially kind. And so by offering these positive incentives for students for exhibiting these positive behaviors and being able to reward them in the school day has done so much for our school. And another big thing that we've been really focusing on is making sure that students are staying in the classroom and learning. And so one of the things that we've implemented is our push-in system as an alternative to classroom suspensions. So now what we could do is if an issue arises in a classroom, instead of that student being removed from the classroom and serving a class suspension, we have an amazing push-in team that is comprised of counselors, administrators, basically all hands on deck, that you can call the office, they can come in and they can either have a private conversation with that student to kind of go in, what is the cause of what's happening. We saw an excellent presentation by our students talking about how, they just want to punish us, but they don't want to see what the root cause is. Well, that's what we're doing at Mills. We're not saying you're gone, you did this, you're being suspended. We're saying, hey, I don't have time to stop my class right now to get to the bottom of this, but there is someone I can bring in right now so we could talk to you. Why is this happening? What can we do? And the goal always being to keep that student in the classroom where they're learning, and that we can have restorative conversations to make sure that we're addressing the needs of our students. And again, we're not being punitive and we're just sending them out without getting the bigger picture. So that's it for my part.
Thank you.
I could keep going, but it's late.
No, thank you, both of you very much. All right, continuing on with our behavior supports, we do have our mental health specialist who is just absolutely fantastic. And the past 2 years, we have been lucky enough to have an additional clinician from the County Office of Ed. And she's been an enormous asset to our students at Mills this past year, and she'll be with us again next year. We have 2 other programs we brought in this year, one to target our young men and one for our young ladies, Improve Your Tomorrow and the We Girls group. We have done a lot of professional development over the past year with Dr. Holly's organization and TCM on culturally and linguistically responsive teaching and learning. We have the Community of Our Own is actually one of those programs that I believe Stephanie Cecil was talking about, where one of our counselors runs it. It's every Wednesday, and I attend those meetings. And they were just recently at the Kids Day in the Park in Rancho Cordova last week. About 30 kids that are involved, and they volunteer for a lot of community events. And then they do get rewarded. They get some extra special field trips and treats now and then. But, during their weekly meetings, he's brought in guest speakers, people that are in different fields to talk to the young, girls to inspire them. There's a large percentage of Hispanic females in that group. And he recently brought in a very successful Hispanic woman who is an editor, and she just you could hear a pin drop for the hour. It was amazing. So that's really exciting. We also have our Mills Restorative Center. That's what we used to call in the old days the in-house suspension room, but we don't like to use the S word anymore. So we changed it, we rebranded it, and it is actually a place where students will be taken if a push-in is called and the push-in fails. That is the place where sometimes they can be taken. And when they go into the restorative center, there's a process that goes on. They immediately turn their phone into the phone locker. And then they go through, they do like a little activity where they reflect on, okay, why are they there? This is once they're de-escalated. It's all case by case. But they reflect on why they were there, what could they have done differently, what harm did they cause, how are they going to repair things and fix things. So, and if necessary, depending on the situation, then they meet with an administrator, or we'll go to the restorative center and meet with them in there. And then sometimes they are returned to class. Sometimes they might not be if it did turn into a class suspension. But it's been very successful in helping to reduce our class suspension rate. We also have, as Stephanie mentioned, our weekly second step lessons that we do in advisory every Thursday to help support the social and emotional learning. Okay, so currently, our areas of focus this year have been the things that have taken up a lot of time. And I think most administrators, schools around the world would say this, the social and emotional needs have been, of the kids due to the pandemic, have really manifested themselves in their behaviors. And these extreme behaviors, not the typical behaviors that we've been seeing on campus. Supervision has been an area that it's our number one priority is visibility. We've got security vests for everyone now that we wear when we're outside. We got whistles for every staff member. We are grateful. We've had one campus monitor in, I think, since the year that Mills was built back in, was it 58, 59? Terry. One campus monitor. And just recently, the district approved for us to get a second campus monitor, which we hired, and he's fantastic. And most recently, they approved 2 more. So we now have 2 more campus monitor positions posted, and we hope to have 4 full-time campus monitors before the year ends. And that's just an enormous support. So thank you. I wanted to thank HR and Dr. Kleegian very especially for that. We have a very large and quickly growing English learner population. And supporting their needs has been very challenging, and it's getting more challenging going forward with the influx of refugees that we're starting to see. So I will be reaching out to have a meeting soon with Don and Elena and Jim to talk more about this. But I'm very proud of what we have done with our master schedule in supporting them with the classes that they have to be compliant by law, but also with our amazing teachers. We used to have a lot of different electives that English teachers taught, and those all had to be eliminated in order to provide the types of English learner electives that are mandated for these kids. So now every one of my English teachers, every single one, is also an EL teacher. They have English learner sections and English sections, regular English sections. So moving on, we've really had to work hard this year to reteach students just simply how to behave in school, to put it simply. And we've been doing lots of lessons during advisory, talking to them on the announcements, sending information home to parents through our newsletter, our website, et cetera, and just really working on them. Okay, how do we enter the classroom? How do we, what is it that when you're on campus, do you just walking? This is middle school. They don't like to walk. They run, right? Okay, we walk when we're on campus. We can't have 800 kids running down the hall. So things like that. We've also done a lot of professional development, as I mentioned, not just in CLR work, but also in instructional best practices, specifically with PLC work and solution tree. So our goals, just going into next year, to wrap this up and then share with you a little treat here at the end. We look forward to working with Dr. Huber's office next year on really trying to kind of shift or grow or expand our programmatic focuses going forward. So we're going to spend next year in having these conversations and discussions with our staff and with his office, and on what is it that we want to really prioritize for us. What is Mills all about, and really get it on the map, so to speak. Some of the things that we're going to do with our areas of focus include, planning horizontal articulation with Mitchell to help better prepare our kids for IB. Their IB, we're not IB. Their students do go into Cordova better prepared for the rigor of IB than ours do, because they prepare them at Mitchell for that. So what are some of those skills that we can teach at a non-IB school to better prepare them? So, for example, things like, are there, research-based projects that are required right off the bat? Do we need to focus our energies in that area? We are starting, this is exciting, I had to put it in here, we're starting a drum line next year. And our fantastic music teacher, if you're watching, Jimmy Adams, he wrote the course outline this year. Well, see, he bragged about it in his interview. I told him it was his fault. He bragged about it. So then I said, all right, we're having a little talk. As soon as I hired him, I said, we're getting a drum line going. And he was just super excited, because that's kind of his passion. And got the course approved. We applied through Measure H through the city of Rancho for the startup costs for the program. I'm very confident that we're going to get it. Thank you for supporting that, Dr. Kleegian. And we have plans for the full implementation. And we already have that class that section full for when school starts in August. Very excited. And so is Mr. Sims at Cordova High, because that will obviously feed into his program at the high school. And then also, the district has applied for the Community Schools Partnership Program grant, which I think we're going to find out a little bit more about whether we receive that or not the end of May or beginning of June. And Mills will be part of that. So I'm really excited to work with the district, Kate Hazarian and Ayana, Scott, and Jim, some more on that as well. So to wrap up, we do have 2 little quick student testimonials we wanted to share with you tonight. Thank you, Rochelle.
Hi, my name is Trina Prasad. I'm a student here at Mills, and some things that I've learned and enjoyed here is you're given a lot of opportunities to participate in, and the teachers and staff here are really nice, and they help you out on things that you need help with. You make a lot of friends. There's a lot of fun activities here, like Friday Flex and Miss Bird's contest, and you can make a lot of memories here, even if they're just the small ones.
That student is actually not in our district. She's from Sac City, and her mom came to me the summer of 5th to 6th grade and begged me to have her go to Mills, and I've met with her every year since, and she just loves our school, so we're grateful to have her there.
Hi, my name is McCuster. I'm going to tell you guys my adventure and how I feel about being a Mills student. This is my first year here at Mills, and I feel like I was able to accomplish a lot of things. Like I was able to make new friends, play new sports, and it also motivated my confidence to try new fun things. Gotta give a big shout out to Coach Terry, because not only he taught us the game of basketball, but he also taught us how to be a good person off the court. And he also motivated me so much that I did more than one sport. I went to basketball to volleyball, volleyball to track. And I feel like the sports program is pretty fun and you should try it out. Now the music program is pretty fun because I was able to do a new instrument and I was able to perform in front of a lot of people in my family, and it was pretty fun. I feel like Mr. Adams is a really good music teacher because he is really serious about music, but he also wants people to have fun and also teaches us about the history of music. I feel like all the coaching staff and all the teachers are really good, and that's why I am proud to be a Mills student.
All right, that concludes our presentation. Are there any questions?
Questions? Yeah, Mr. Huey.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of questions. I was curious on slide 4, for the flex periods, is this a full class period or is it a kind of an abbreviated?
It's about 30 minutes.
Okay.
31.
And then also for the care program, how many students are currently in the care program? Do you?
It caps at 22.
Okay.
So we have, I think currently we have about 20 in there right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when we bump up potentially next year for 6th and 7th grade, that's still just in one class, or is there going to be a second care class for 7th grade?
We currently just have 1 6th grade, and we are looking at opening 1 7th. Yes.
Okay, so it'd be 2 separate classes.
Yes.
That's great. And then last question for that care program, and I think last question for me is, how are students selected to be a part of that program?
I start off by reaching out to the elementary principals in the spring, and and the 5th grade teachers at our elementary feeders, and we ask them to describe what the care program is about and the type of student that it best serves. Students who are typically maybe disengaged with school, maybe not quite ready for middle school, either socially or developmentally, things like that. And then we get referrals from them, and that's where we start, and then we reach out to their families. And then we talk about it. We do new parent orientations in January and August for our incoming 6th grade families and any new family, and we do talk about the care program at those 2 events. So we do get a few kids here and there at those events. And then, we constantly have students enrolling year-round at Mills, but we do have a lot that really show up that first couple of weeks of the school year. And so if we still have spots left, we have our counselors screen them as they come in and ask questions of the parents about, what they're looking for. Does your student, have they been successful in the past? Are they struggling? Do they need extra support? That sort of thing. So it's a nice program for transitioning students from elementary to middle that might need those extra supports, because in elementary you're mainly in a self-contained, and at middle you start going to 6 different teachers every day. It's a huge change, and the model of the CARE program is a hybrid of that, so it's just a really nice transition.
That's great. Yeah, I'm really happy to hear then that it sounds like it'll be able to expand a bit.
We
as
hope
move
so.
along.
Yeah, we hope so. It's very successful.
Yeah. So last thing for me, I just wanted to shout out, you mentioned the SCOE clinician. It's one of my colleagues, and you guys got a good one in Naima. So just thankful for the work she's doing there, and want to make sure I mention that.
Thank you for what you're doing as well.
Other questions? Mr. Clark, any questions?
No, Mr. President.
Okay. I just actually had a couple questions. Whistles, what's the whistles for?
For security.
Okay.
For security. When large crowds form, when a fight breaks out.
Okay.
Staff was concerned about that.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a low-cost solution. Yeah.
According to our PE teachers, we got the really high-end whistles. They were they were impressed.
Well, they would know. They would know. So, one of the, we had a board's strategic session. It was the very first meeting in January. And the purpose of that was actually a Rancho Cordova focused conversation that, what can we do to help the students thrive in the city of Rancho Cordova. And we talked, about elementary level as well as middle and high school. And, it really has been a theme, if you will, for this year and, a specific focus. So actually I have, I guess, 2 questions for you, and I'm not going to hold you to your answer because it's probably unfair to throw these questions at you right now. But if you had to define your number one need and your number one want, what would be the number one thing you need from the board or the district? What would be your number one want, if you could? Any thoughts?
I'd say there's 2 for number 1, but I already got one of them. Additional resources for campus supervision, and we were lucky to get that this spring. So I'll take that off the table. But I think need, we have to expand our EL program offerings due to the influx of students that we're receiving. That's a need. That's a necessity. Want, this is just me. Just you're just asking me, right, Mr. Reed? But they know. I feel very passionately about CTE. Being at Cordova High and then being principal over at Kinney, and bringing culinary over to Kinney with the welding program, I feel very passionately about building skills of our students and preparing them for the workforce. So when I look at the success of Riverview, STEM Academy, elementary, and I look at the success of the CTE pathways and the academies at Cordova High, what's the missing link?
Right.
And that's kind of what I want for Mills.
So I like that answer, but let me ask. Let me.
That's all. Keith's up.
But I'm curious. Sometimes we try to develop programming and spread it out through all schools, but sometimes we specialize programming, such as Riverview STEM. And you mentioned the IB program, and obviously Mitchell has spent a lot of time developing the IB program, and obviously Cordova High as well. But it seems like the gap that we're missing in the area of STEM is, if you will, middle school. I mean, rather than just simply duplicate what Mitchell is doing at Mills with the IB, isn't there an alternative approach where we could make Mills the CTE, the STEM middle school, so that students from Riverview have a logical path for moving forward with STEM?
That's something I definitely would like to explore next year. Very seriously explore.
Okay.
With district support on that, of course.
You may have board support too.
Board support, okay?
I would
Yeah,
add, sorry to interrupt.
No, please.
I would add to that. I mean, she'll be humble, but if you haven't watched Good Day lately, her program is being highlighted. It's been an amazing focus, and it's a huge selling point for exactly what you're talking about. And so to be able to expand that would be crucial. Our kids are, I think all kids in all schools, but especially for ours, we need programs in the community where our students can be hands-on with things. And this program is something that can certainly do that. And so when I mean hands-on, I also mean just being active. They haven't been active for some time now, and I think that's something that's really important to also focus on.
I'd like to add something too, please. I can. Because of course you can. It would be horrible for me to not highlight Peter Maroon here in this, which is that several years ago, he did have this vision of bringing STEM more heartily to Mills and got a big grant for it. And that's when we added Mr. Hatcher getting more fully trained so that we could expand our Project Lead the Way offerings and things like that. So that vision has been there for several years, but that was an isolated grant with an isolated person. And so what inspires me about this conversation, and I really appreciate that, is that it's being expanded to a bigger team. And so hopefully it can be something that we can have some longevity in. So I'm really inspired by that. And I'm appreciative that we got the opportunity to speak about that today. So thanks.
All right. I know it's just discussion, but any public comment? All right. I guess not.
Great job on Good Day.
Yeah.
Thank you. So in closing, if you don't know me well enough, you will learn that I'm a gift giver. So I brought you all presents. You have a little bag of Mills swag. Rochelle has them over there behind her. So for all of you, so please grab one from Rochelle on your way out tonight.
Well, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. All right. Is there any other topic that folks are waiting around for?
We do have one more, Mr. Reed, and it's the mental health counseling and referrals update, because we do have one of our nurses here with us and then our social worker online.
Let's do that one, and then we'll go back to pick up the other.
Sorry, Sean.
Sean.
Sean can wait. All right, so this is item D, mental health counseling and referrals update.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Yes. Thank you. And our staff who are waiting, thank you. Good evening, President Reed, Dr. Kaligian, members of the board. You asked for a mental health update, how our kids are doing a few weeks ago. And so I'm here to give you that update this evening. Before I start, I did want to mention that we have quite a few of our mental health support providers who contributed to this presentation. So I just wanted to acknowledge them. That includes Leslie Merrill. She's one of our social workers, and she is on Zoom tonight. She helped me with some questions that were emailed to the board members earlier this evening. And Nika Vaughn, who's one of our counselors at Folsom High School. Rhonda Franks, one of our nurses, and she's here in the audience tonight. Shauna Williams, one of our school psychologists, and then Kate Hazarian. Thank you. So as I mentioned, you asked for an update. And so the question I'm here to answer tonight is, have we seen mental health needs increase since we went on shelter in place due to COVID-19? And I know that some of you have had a chance to look at all the slides already. And so if you look at this first slide, and this is data that comes from Sacramento County, and Dr. Pease participates in these meetings on a regular basis, the Mental Health Partnership in Sacramento County. And so what you will see is that even prior to COVID, we were seeing a really significant mental health increase in mental health needs. And so really I can tell you that my conclusion before I get there is that we were already seeing that increase. And then what you'll see from the data is that we actually haven't had significant increases, but really changes in the supports that we're providing and the kinds of needs that we're seeing. So these are our staff who provide some type of mental health supports in our district. So you will see we have about 89.6 FTE who provide some type of mental health support, but the vast majority of our mental health services are provided by our mental health specialists and our social workers. And then we'll talk a little bit about the roles of our other staff in those supports. So here's a description of interventions by the provider, and this list is by no means an exhaustive list, but just to give you an idea for school counselors, where they're providing those supports and what they're doing most frequently is that they're doing student check-ins. And then at secondary, the majority of our mental health referrals come through our counselors. There are some, it actually varies by site. And so, for example, at our alternative education programs, some of those supports are provided in the contracts, the ADP contracts, when students go to the site. And then at Folsom High School, some of the referrals come through teachers, parents, et cetera. And then some of the times the mental health specialists are referring as well. Our school mental health specialists, in order of what they're providing the most in way of supports, is they're doing actually more tier 2, tier 3 supports, the vast majority, and you'll see that when we get into the data, which is it's push-in, it's check-ins, it's attending meetings, it's collaboration, it's consulting with teachers. And then second is related to one-on-one counseling, and third is risk assessments. And then for our school nurses, they provide a safe space for students to take a break as needed. And then what you can also imagine is that they do provide quite a bit of first aid that is related to those psychosomatic complaints. So when a student has that need to get out of class, and so now they have a tummy ache. So that's most of what they're doing, and then they're also involved in risk assessments. School psychologists are providing mental health services too, but the majority of the mental health services they are providing is the educationally related mental health services that are in students' IEPs. And then our Special Friends program, which has been something that the board likes, one of our programs to support kids, and that actually falls under the school psychologist umbrella because one of our school psychologists supervises the aides who work in that program. And then our school psychologists also do risk assessments. And then our school social workers, the services they're providing is very similar to our mental health specialists, but what's different is that they do more of that connecting and linking to community resources. So in terms of social emotional learning is really important because as a bridge to educational equity, it really plays an essential role in mental wellness. And so that lays the foundation for the supports that we're providing. And then we all play a role in the relationships and helping students to feel connected at school. So that includes all of us, our community, bus drivers, food service, school office, etc. When students are at school every day, it creates stability and opportunity to form relationships. So SEL needs to be embedded in everything we do to build the competencies within the wheel. Okay, so I'm going to start with some California Healthy Kids Survey data, and Rhonda Franks is in charge of the data and the California Healthy Kids Survey. So we started with, we tried to give you some, in elementary, we administer the California Healthy Kids Survey to grades 5, 7, 9, and 11. And then the NT is non-traditional schools, so that's Prospect, Kinney, Folsom Lake High School. So what we try to do is find the questions that have some similarity, but the questions for fifth graders are different, and then the questions for 7, 9, 11, and non-traditional are pretty close. The other thing that's different between elementary and secondary, 7, 9, 11, is that in fifth grade, the parents have to give permission for students to participate in the Healthy Kids Survey. And in 7, 9, 11, and non-traditional, we give the kids a survey, they take it. So we see a higher participation rate at in our secondary schools. So the first question relates to sadness, and what we try to do is give you 5-year trends or a little bit more with most of our data tonight. But what you're going to see is that for the question for sadness is do you feel sad? And the answer is the average percent of respondents reporting yes all the time or yes most of the time. And so what you're going to see is that for our fifth graders, they represent the bottom line, and it's less than 20%. And you can see that over the 5 years, it's pretty stable. And you can also see that in 21, there was a little bit of a spike, but it's actually kind of leveled off. And then you're going to see that there's similar trends in the grades 7, 9, 11, and the non-traditional. But you can also see that as the grades increase, the percentages of students who are feeling sad increases. The next question is optimism. Please tell us how true each statement is of you. Number 1, each day I look forward to having a lot of fun. Number 2, I usually expect to have a good day. Number 3, overall, I expect more good things to happen to me than bad things. And then the answer is average reporting pretty much true or very much true. This is not a 5th grade question, so we don't have a comparison for 5th grade. But what's really distressing about this is that this is one where we probably see the most change, and we actually see optimism trending down. And for this one, I have my percentages on here on the prior slide, but in 5th grade, we have about a 60% participation rate, and at secondary, we have about an 80% participation rate. Next one is social emotional distress. And the question here is, over the past month, how true do you feel these statements are to you? 1, I had a hard time relaxing. 2, I felt sad and down. 3, I was easily irritated. 4, it was hard for me to cope and I thought I would panic. 5, it was hard for me to get excited about anything. And here you can see it increasing, but really it's still holding pretty stable. Next slide is suicide. During the past 12 months, did you seriously consider suicide? And the answer is yes. And again, this is held fairly stable over the 5 years for grades 7 and 11, but it is trending up a bit for 9th grade, and it's going down for our non-traditional schools. So here is some data that was prepared by school social worker and mental health specialists. So why you're going to see some separate slides for what nurses and counselors are doing is because this is data that our school social worker, Leslie Merrill, has been with. She's one of our first hires in the district when we brought mental health services into the district, and she's still with us, and she's just been such a great addition to our team. And so she has collected this data since the beginning, since 2015. And so that's one of our takeaways when we get to the end and you see the takeaways is we need to create a repository where we can be putting everything together. And so what you're going to see here is that the mental health counseling sessions, they didn't really go up after COVID. What you see is they actually went up before COVID. And there was a question about that and why did we see such an increase in the mental health counseling services in 18-19, that jump from 3,332 sessions to 5,612. And there's, the primary reason is we made a structural change. So when we first when 3632 was repealed and we hired mental health specialists, we brought mental health services back to the district, no longer provided by the county. And we hired mental health services specialists first to provide educationally related mental health services. That's all we hired initially. Then about a year or two later, we hired general education mental health specialists. And so we had two types of mental health specialists, one type providing the services for students with IEPs and one providing services to gen ed. And the folks providing to special ed fell under the special ed umbrella, and the folks providing to general ed fell under Scott Meyer under attendance and due process umbrella. And so in 18-19, we merged the providers. And that was really important because at that time, we'd have 2 or 3 providers at sites. There was a lot of windshield time because we'd have a mental health professional there providing only to special education and then one providing to gen ed. And what it did was it allowed them to provide the services to all kids, which meant we could spread out the providers. In addition to that, there's a couple of other things that happened at that time, and that is that we did hire a few more mental health specialists, and we also then, the people we were collecting that data from increased, because remember that data set was the mental health specialists. And so the people that were providing ERMs, we weren't getting that data from them. So it wasn't necessarily a huge increase in services, but definitely because of the size, because of just making things more streamlined, the services did increase. Then lastly, those first 3 years, we were building the plane in the air. We kind of put the cart before the bull, because when 3632 was repealed, we hired mental health specialists and we brought in general ed specialists, but they'd never worked in this system before. So they were trying to figure out, how do we work within the system and what are the supports that we provide? And in some cases, they looked a lot like campus monitors. They were walking around on elementary school campuses with a walkie and going in and out of classes. And that is still the case today, but I think we've really figured out we have a really solid system in the ways that we're providing supports to students now. General ed referrals. So the social workers and mental health specialists, the general ed referrals, as I mentioned, most of those referrals do come through the counselors, and they've stayed pretty stable. But then the question is, why, if they're stable and not going up, why did the services go up? And what we're thinking is that the sessions were higher because we have students who have more intensive needs and may require more sessions. And then the other thing that we're seeing too is that for some of those more serious needs, we're referring out. And that's why we think that suicide support, those services in the counseling later that you'll see, is because some of those services we're referring out now. Total interventions, 64,261. So you can see that that is quite a jump. This really represents everything. So it's tier 1, it's tier 2, it's tier 3. Tier 3 being being counseling, and tier 1, tier 2 being all of those other interventions that are listed on slide 5. And our mental health specialists this year really place an emphasis on being out, being present out on campus. So starting in the parking lot in the morning when parents are pulling in and dropping their kids off, out at recess, mediating disputes, etc. So you're really, so they really have a presence, and so there's a huge emphasis on tier 1 and tier 2 supports. So we took out those a little over 5,000 counseling sessions. What you'd see is that they're providing about 59,000 interventions. And then special ed risk assessments. Again, our special ed risk assessments have been pretty stable. And this is our social worker and mental health specialists. So we do have other providers who are doing mental health specialists, including our risk assessments. And you will notice under slide 5, and I should have clarified that a little bit, but the homicide threat assessments, that's the same thing as a risk assessment. And so the risk assessments are also completed by school psychologists and nurses, but the nurses are documented under health, whereas everybody else is documented under interventions. And so that's an area that we need to clean up, because if we have a mental health specialist doing a risk assessment and the nurse did the previous one, that information isn't there, and that may change the level of the threat. So just in doing this exercise, we really recognize that there's some areas for growth in terms of how we're collecting information. And then these are the risk assessments. This was really shocking to me, and I thought that elementary was very high. 33% of our risk assessments are elementary. And when I asked Leslie, she said she didn't think so, but she did later go back and look. And so just to give you an idea of pre-COVID in 18-19, the risk assessments were at elementary, they were 20%. Middle school, they were 23%. High school, they were 43%. And alt ed, they were 14%. So our threat assessments are up at elementary school, but they're down everywhere else. Okay, topics year by year. And so what we've really seen post-COVID is that we had a lot more, our sessions were related. You can look down along the bottom line. And so they keep tallies for each of these areas: stress, anxiety, depression, grief. And they can be, a mental health specialist can see a student, typically they see a student for up to 6 sessions. And that might look different every time. So the presenting, they might present with anxiety in one session and present with grief in another session. And we do see our depression down, and we see our anxiety and our behavior up. But even though it's down 39%, it's still, depression's at 12% of our sessions and anxiety's at 22% of our sessions. So it's not a huge difference. And then the behaviors, the kind of behaviors that we're seeing are the internalizing self-harm, and also then a lot of emotional dysregulation, which looks like fighting, aggression, disrespect, disruption. And so really what our mental health specialists are really working with is teaching kids skills that help get them back in class. So then school psychologists, these are the mental health, the educationally related mental health services that they're providing. So you can see that our mental health specialists are also providing the majority of the educationally related mental health services, and that's because we hired mental health specialists initially to provide those services when they came back to the district. And then you can see the other interventions. Mental health supports by counselors. They're not providing educationally related mental health services. They do, I think, out of the 12 who responded to our survey, I think 2 have provided tier 3, so they're providing counseling, but it's really related to when the mental health specialist is absent or isn't present on site. And then school nurses, risk assessments fewer than 10. But we probably need to collect that data more carefully in regard to them. And then that you can see the somatic complaints. Lastly, just kind of moving through the care solace really quickly, you can see that we've had quite a few interactions and communications. But a concern that we're looking into is that it's really, at this point when this data was collected, it had only resulted in 64 appointments into care. So we have some work to do here. And then also, just looking at the services that are being provided or the reasons that people are seeking the services, you can see that anxiety is at the top also here. And then I've mentioned some of the next steps that we need to take that we've recognized just in coming together and putting this information together. So that is the information I have for you.
All right, thank you. Questions from the board? I suspect our resident mental health counselor might have a question or two. Am I correct?
I have a few. I'll try to keep it short.
Trying to incorporate them in as I was talking to.
No, I appreciate it, and I really appreciate the report so much. I mean, it sheds a light on everything, and then it just opens up so many more questions at the same time.
Totally.
And it's partly why I asked is, you know, that we are seeing so much anxiety, but somehow depression's going down. I mean, that doesn't all add up in my own mind. And so, you know, it sounds like that's what we're seeing district-wide. So just a few questions. A lot of this, for me, a lot of the questions are around, you know, like we had the presentation earlier about our A through G with our school counselors, and then I'm looking at this, and our school counselors, it seems like, are the front line, especially for a lot of our risk assessments. Not necessarily providing a lot of the long-term or the 6 sessions of counseling, but, you know, I'm wondering for our school counselors, have they seen an uptick just in the demand that they're having? Honestly, looking at the slides, it doesn't really look like it. It seems like we're having about the same amount of risk assessments as we've had the last 4 or 5 years.
Yes, and it varies widely. So it's anywhere so we did a survey with them because they're not collecting data. So how often do you provide risk assessments? One a month. Depends on the time of the year, one per month, maybe 4 a year, average 5 times a year, 10% of the time, 3 to 5 times a month, 4 times a month, 2 to 3 weekly. So it really varies. And so you can look at the school and it just looks very different by school.
Yeah. I imagine that would. And maybe that also speaks to just the fact that we've been implementing a system and people know where to go. And so maybe the counselors aren't as impacted by this as I would have suspected. So, I mean, that's great to hear.
And they're by nature, the fact that our mental health specialists are itinerant and our school psychologists are itinerant and our nurses are itinerant. At secondary schools, our mental health specialists are the ones that are there all the time. But even then, they're not doing the most risk assessments.
Yeah. And I know I'd emailed this to you, but I think it's worth celebrating, so I'll ask it. It sounds like we are all, for the most part, all caught up on all of our assessments. Again, the demand on time for our school psychologists, I imagine, has been great over the last 2 years, but it sounds like they're caught up and kind of back to some sort of baseline.
It is a celebration. We are caught up on our assessments. It's been a really rough year for our school psychologists. There's been a number of personal tragedies, and COVID has impacted a few of them some long-term COVID stuff. So they're a very collaborative team. They've been very supportive of one another. So they've picked up extra hours. They've worked weekends to stay current. So they're hanging in there. They're doing pretty well.
Yeah, good. It seems like the theme for me tonight is at least, how do we just keep protecting our staff because there's so much need going on.
One thing we see in special education is that pre-COVID, our percentage of students in special education was just under 13%. It was 12.9. And looking at our students that are pending right now, if all of them are become eligible, we'll be at 14%. So we're seeing a change in our eligibility rate. So
yeah. Not an insignificant one, sounds like. On page 16, slide 16, you mentioned that mental health specialists have 6 sessions. I'm assuming that's with general ed students. If somebody has a counseling in their IEP, that might be more.
Correct.
After those 6, if the student needs more help, does that become a care solace referral, or what happens at that point?
It varies. So it's typically 6. It can be 8.
Okay.
So if there is a need for more sessions, they provide more sessions. When we're providing mental health services at school, we're really focusing on the behaviors and what we need to do to teach kids skills to get back in class. But if there's trauma at home, if there's family problems, that's what we're referring for. So I think where we see our mental health specialists impacted the most is they are providing a few more sessions, it seems like, than they have in the past. They are going beyond the 6 more. But the other thing that we're seeing is that those check-ins. So now they have this caseload of check-in kids.
Yeah, so it might not be a full session, but there's still quite a bit of demand after that on their time. Yeah. Just a couple more questions. One would be, I know you'd mentioned we have the 2 SCOE clinicians, an MFT and a social worker.
And hoping to get 2 more.
That was the question. Okay, so we are hoping to expand that into at least 2 other schools?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Fantastic. And actually, that might be it, I think, for me. I appreciate this. And again, there's a lot of questions. I'm looking at the slide with the pie chart of the elementary, middle, and high school. It's just shocking that middle school and high schools are down, and we're seeing so much need in our elementary schools. I'm sure we'll have years to figure out why that's all happening, but it's pretty enlightening to see all of this actually just in a presentation. So thanks for you and your team for putting this together.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Other questions?
I don't want to let you off that easily. Sorry.
I know. I was ready to run.
Just a couple. Can we go back to that care solace slide, actually? Because I know we kind of breezed by it, but I
was moving quickly when we got to it.
That's all right. That's good. It's getting late.
Oh, duh.
Sorry.
I'm sitting here waiting for Vanna over there. Forgot I'm Vanna.
I just wanted to maybe one more back to the, what was it? The one with the actual handoffs and, yeah. So can you talk to me about, so the number here that is of concern is that total appointments into care, right?
Yes.
Is that, because that is pretty concerning to me. I mean, we have 1,500 inbound interactions.
I think if we look at the 1,500 inbound interactions and even that really high number of communications saved, we have families that are, reaching out and contacting. But the one that concerns me, I think, is the warm handoffs, because we have 167 warm handoffs, which is really means a mental health specialist referred.
Got it.
And they contacted Care Solace, and they made sure that Care Solace was in touch with that parent.
Okay.
So that's that warm handoff, really making sure.
And then from there, we only have 64.
Yeah.
But the warm handoff is a good number. Or it's not a good number, but it's a better number than the 64 is what you're saying. Because it's up to the family to follow through, I'm assuming.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I think for me, what motivated me to push the Care Solace is if you think about a social worker who's doing, this is the work of a social worker.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you think about,
Yeah.
we could have a full-time person doing this. And so this frees up a social worker to, provide direct support to kids.
And what is family-initiated cases? What does that mean?
That's where the family is, they can go on our website and click on the link.
Right.
Yeah.
So we've only had 60 families initiate on their own. The rest of these are referrals?
I'm not sure that I can answer that question for you correctly. But what we do know is that we have adults who are, and seniors even, who are reaching out through this service. And so we have employees and we have families who are reaching out through Care Solace. It's available to anybody.
When you say it's available to anybody, what does that mean? Like anyone connected with the school district or?
Yes.
So even a parent or a employee?
Yes.
Oh, really? So it's not just the student?
Correct.
Or the teacher?
Or family, or parents, families.
Oh, wow. I did not realize that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. Well, first of all, I'll say brief. This is just a discussion item, right? So we're not going past this. I'll just comment then on Care Solace. I think it's worth every penny of our investment at this point. So I've, personally for a child been using it lately and got some firsthand experience with it, and it's been fantastic. So I just want to say that because they're doing all the legwork that a parent or, like you said, a social worker would be doing. And that is like 90% of the battle, right? Is just doing the research, finding the providers, doing the outreach, making the connection. I mean, they're handling all of that. They text updates, they email updates. It's incredible. So I just want to say, I think this board made a very good decision and, staff recommended a very good decision to invest in this program. So thank you for that. The problem they can't solve is this total appointments into care, because I think there's just a shortage of just providers and of, there's a huge increase in demand. There's a major shortage of providers. So I don't know how to solve that problem, because that's the one that I'm really worried about, is our families getting the results. Like Care Solace is doing their job, but is anyone actually getting into treatment? And that's kind of my concern. And I don't know if we as a school district have any role to play in that, but anything we could do to kind of look into that issue, I mean, again, that's probably a larger issue that we don't control, but I'm really concerned about that. And I hope that, I don't know if Care Solace has like only specific providers that they call, or if they can expand their network or whatever. But my concern would be like, are those families actually getting something from that, right? So anyway,
yeah,
it's more of a comment than anything, but great, they're doing a great job, and I'm very impressed with the work they're doing. So that's it for me for now.
Other questions? Just one overarching question. Do you think we're heading in the right direction?
I think, in my opinion, we need to do our intervention much, much earlier.
Okay.
And so if you were to ask me a wish and a need,
Yeah.
I would say we need mental health support in our state and federal preschool.
I'm sorry, repeat that again?
We need mental health support in our state and federal preschool.
Okay. All right.
We need to start there. Because our disproportionality also in suspension and expulsion begins in preschool. So the earlier intervention we can provide preschool and elementary school, the better.
Okay. Good. All right. And any public comment? Just a discussion item. All right. So
Thank you.
that means we can go back to Sean.
Let's delay it again.
We could delay it. It wasn't. All right.
Kidding.
All right.
Just kidding.
We'll go back to agenda item. Let's see. 13 L. I. Approve budget guidelines. Superintendent.
Okay, and this is part of the preparation of the adopted budget, is that we look at our budget guidelines, which includes our staffing ratios, programmatic ratios, and this is a presentation that Mr. Martin brought to our Budget Advisory Committee, shared the information. We're looking at some changes for 22, 23, but also some that we would look at for the following year. So, Mr. Martin, I know
Thank
you have
you.
a
Totally
presentation.
feeling the love.
Point of order. We are at 10:30, so I would entertain a motion pursuant to the board bylaws to extend the meeting.
I'd hate to do it, but I move we extend the meeting to, say, 11 p.m.
Just to be on the safe side, we don't have to go that far, but why don't we do 11:30?
Why not?
Is that a
That's
friendly
fine.
amendment, Mr. Clark?
Yes, that's fine.
All right, so a motion by Mr. Clark, is there a second? Or, yeah,
Second.
second by Mr. Hui. Superintendent, roll call.
Ms. Gow,
Aye.
Mr. Reed,
Aye.
Mr. Hoover,
Aye.
Mr. Clark,
Aye.
Mr. Short,
All right.
Mr. Hui.
Aye.
Motion carries.
We're just trying to take the microphone away from you, so.
No worries.
Go ahead.
All right. So this, as Dr. Clegan shared, this has already gone to the Budget Advisory Committee. Every year, we have to bring to the board our assumptions that we will use to build our budget. I'm not going to spend too much time on this just because of the time, but also because we talk about this during each of the budget cycles. We talk about what we're making assumptions on. And so the board should be pretty familiar with this, so I don't want to spend too much time on it. Really, there is two documents that you're actually approving. There is the assumptions. It's about 3 or 4 pages, and it just talks through the revenues, the expenditures, the assumptions used to determine those calculations, enrollment, which is obviously a big driver, and staffing. Those are the big pieces. And so that's what we're looking here is there's the revenue guidelines here, and I'm not going to speak to any of them specifically unless you have questions. We're not doing anything differently than we've done in the past. Well, I will say that my methodology would probably be different than the past, but I think the structure that we've talked about during the budget cycle, first interim, second interim, since I've been here to present, no changes to that methodology. So expenditures, same thing. We use budget for positions using our position control system. One of the things I do want to recognize is that at adopted budget, we're going to assume any position we have an open position for, we're going to budget for that full position at the beginning of the year. And the reason for that is we don't know quite when we're going to have those positions filled. So we need to make some assumptions on that. So we're going to assume everybody's going to be filled, which I think realistically is probably not going to happen, as we know. But we have to have a starting point. And then when we come to our interim cycles, we'll update at that point more reflective of, okay, we haven't filled these positions. There is some savings there for this year at least until the position's filled, and we'll adjust the budget. But at adoption, we're going to budget every position as though it's going to be filled. So that will probably overinflate some of our salary and benefit costs, but we're going to recognize that in the discussion when we bring the budget for the board's approval. Okay. Continuing on, the staff ratios that we have here, these are base level ratios. So what we do is these are all what we consider the district standard. Every school, and you can see there are 4 columns. There's elementary, middle, comprehensive high school, and continuation all ed. Within that, there are different staffing, principals, teachers, counselors, everything else in between. And so this is the base level. This is what the district has agreed to say, every school site will get this allocation. Then above and beyond that, we use either categorical dollars, title dollars, supplemental dollars through the LCAP process, or special ed dollars to enhance or expand service based upon the needs of that school site and the students there on those campuses. All right, so this is really the primary base level funding that we set as a district. And so we are not recommending any changes to the ratios this year going into 22-23. We do have quite a few positions that we are continuing to fund next year using COVID dollars. That will be the last year using those dollars. And because of all of those extra support positions on top of the unknowns of this next year, we didn't want to adjust the ratios for staffing at this point. And so those will continue forward as they have in the past. And so that's the next 3 pages is just the individual positions and the staffing ratio associated with them. Then the next couple of slides are specifically, actually this is just one slide, specifically about site-based allocations. Now these are dollars that normally are tied to a per pupil amount, and these are given to individual school sites to provide services that they normally either have flexibility or programs at their site. Again, there can be allocations above and beyond this from categorical pots or supplemental or other activities, but these are the base level allocations. These ones we are recommending to make some changes to. First, because the core allocations haven't really had any adjustments since 2016 and 17. And we know that costs that they use these things for, copy machine pieces, paper, supplies, sub-release time, all of those costs have gone up, custodial supplies, and yet the sites have been given this, more or less the same allocation level. So we do feel that there needs to be an adjustment increase to reflect that. Additionally, over the years, what has happened is instead of capturing our allocations in this formula, we've had a lot of one-off allocations. We had school sites that offered breakfast, but not other school sites. So we had a little add-on per site if you had breakfast, those kind of types of things. And so what we're doing here is trying to combine this and standardize it. Breakfast is going to be at all school sites going forward, right? Some of these other activities that we had with regards to some of the allocations for extra duty and overtime and these pieces that we provided funding for, what we want to do is give it to the site and give them as much flexibility as possible within those categories to spend those funds. And so rather than budget for things that they may not use, we'd rather give them the allocation and let them determine their priorities within a range. So you'll see the first one is custodial. You see an allocation per square footage and per pupil. That is an increase over the previous allocation, but it also rolls in an allocation that wasn't on the sheet before with regards to extra custodial duty because they have after school events, they have weekend events that where they want to have a custodian available. They can be able to provide that. Well, before that was on a totally different sheet, wasn't even calculated anywhere, and so we wanted to include and recognize all this. So that's what we're seeing there. When we see site discretionary account, that's really the site's primary pot of allocation for their activities that they want to prioritize on their site. And so we wanted to go ahead and capture all of the activities where we had more flexibility by putting it in this pot versus where we before were more defined and almost like categoricals where they had to spend it in this pot or that pot. So that way they can prioritize. So those are changes as well. Overall, all of these changes add up to about $130,000. You can see custodial increase is about $45,000, the site allocation is about $70,000, and then music and science allocations are about $15,000. And so you see those there as well. So unless there's specific questions, this did go to the Budget Advisory Committee. We did review this with them as well. So unless there's any questions, we would request this be approved.
Questions? Quick question, librarian allocation, library allocation.
Yes.
Has that been changed at all? Or-
So the allocation got an increase, but also the allocation before was done in a way where the amount allocated was half what you see there, and then the site was required to match the half under their discretionary allocation. So it really wasn't a discretionary allocation. So we pulled it out, gave the full amount to library so it's recognized. And the intent behind those dollars, the way I understand it, is that's for really replacement of library books that disappear or get damaged. And so that's why we have it allocated at the elementary and middle school. The library, new library books, a lot of that is done through the scholastic book fairs and the fundraising activities of that. Additionally, I know that we're allocating some Title I dollars this year to help some of those school sites to build up their library capacity. And then we're actually working with our district librarian to look at some district-wide. We're looking at some e-books, audiobooks, some more technology-driven type of library allocations as well. So there's a district-wide allocation that will be coming as well.
How are high schools handled?
High schools are handled through their site donation, discretionary account.
Okay.
So that's where their library portion is. And I don't know why it was done that way, but that's built into that portion. And then again, through the district allocation of library, that's where we'll also provide service for library.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I like libraries. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Public comment? Nope. All right. Back to the board. This is
I'll move.
motion. All right. Motion by Mr. Hoover.
Second.
Second by Mr. Short. Superintendent.
Ms. Gao,
Aye.
Mr. Reed,
Aye.
Mr. Hoover,
Aye.
Mr. Clark,
Aye.
Mr. Short,
Aye.
Mr. Hui.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right. We're almost there. We're getting there. Back to discussion. Item 14A, analysis of district in-house counsel. Superintendent.
Yes, this item was requested by the board for us to review and do an audit of our own internal use of legal counsel. And we've done that. We've done a trend analysis. We shared it with Budget Advisory Committee. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Martin to give a recap of that presentation.
Thank you. All right. So again, this, as Dr. Clegan shared, this went to Budget Advisory Committee. There were some questions about this, and so we'll walk through the process of what we did to kind of analyze our need as a district. Really, what we wanted to look at is our past legal usage by department, by type of service provided, meaning was it by an attorney, was it by a paralegal? And then we also wanted to compare what other districts were doing and then make recommendation based off of that. So you can see here this information, and I do want to thank my administrative assistant, Lorena Benzon. It's late. And she did all of this work to gather, this is year-to-date through February of activity from all the legal firms that we use. So we have 4 primary firms we use. You can see it broken down at the top by type of services provided by either associate, partner, paralegal, or partner, or associate, I should say. And then below, you see it broken down by department. So these are the departments that had legal services through February. One of the things we want to recognize is that on this slide is that 98% of the services that were provided were done by an attorney, not by a paralegal. We were wondering if maybe we get a lot of paralegal work, that maybe we could hire a paralegal that would be able to cover that, but we didn't see that in this case. So. This next slide has a lot of information on it. What you're looking at here is it's over 100%, and what we're doing is allocating what the cost was by department. And what you see is the orange is the largest area. That is special education. The next largest is that blue. That's human resources. And then the purple is the third largest, which is facilities. Those 3 departments to combined make up over 90% of our legal costs. And so what we wanted to do is really kind of then be able to dive into those departments and what their needs were. So we were trying to, again, use the data, kind of dive in and get a deeper understanding and concentrate on the specific areas that use the majority of our legal service. You can see our costs have averaged over 10 years about $600,000, but that cost is increasing. Within the average of the last 3 years, it's been closer to $700,000. And you can see special ed's about 50% of our cost, human resources about 18, and facilities about 14. And you see facilities jumped quite a bit up, like in 18-19. That's because Mangini Ranch, and we're building schools, and we're starting, so you're going to see more costs associated with that. All right, so now we're going to just dive into each of the 3 departments. Special education, What we did as a staff is we talked with each department head and tried to find out what the primary use was for and areas that they saw the need. And so for special ed, they said it was primarily due to due process filing. So when there is a concern with a student, some action is being taken, we want to make sure that we get those things timely. Often the district uses several attorneys to support that requirement because of the number of cases or because of the time constraints that go along with that. Also, they use legal service for questions that are unique cases. An example that they had here is a deaf hard of hearing case where we needed to bring in outside counsel because it was just a very unique situation. One of the things that the department wanted to recognize is that they have been using some one-time dollars that we received to specifically deal with different methods to resolve situations. So alternative dispute resolution is a model where you try to resolve the situation so that you don't get to the point where you need legal counsel. And that helps lower your potential costs. And so that is something that's been implemented, and quite a bit of the staff has been trained up on that. So, and they're seeing benefits because of that. Human resources. So some of the primary areas that human resources touch on are negotiation-related issues, employee discipline, due process. Title IX is a big one now that's coming bigger and bigger, investigations, and then other things related to PERB, which is the board that we would go with regards to labor issues. And so what Human Resources shared is at some points of time, they can have up to 3 or 4 attorneys working at one time just because of the volume and the timelines. Again, timelines are a big piece of this. If we don't get responses back in a very quick 30-day requirement or whatever the timelines may be, we can be held accountable 100% for these things. And so we want to be responsive to that, right? And so there are some areas that HR said that they could see potentially some legal support being helpful with regards to drafting of letters and responses. But again, what they noted was because of the volume and the timeline, they didn't think that a single employee would be able to actually fill the full need of what they have going on within that department. Facilities, as you can imagine, when we're signing multi-million-dollar contracts and we're having to do everything with regards to land acquisition and sales and liens and all the processes with regards to leases, and so the level of detail and expertise in that does require definitely counsel. One of the things is it can be cyclical. When we're doing new construction and new development, we're ramping up for a new school. We do have a lot more contracts involved, but there can be other times where there isn't as much need. Another thing that we have to look at is when it comes to facilities and the fact that we have so many different pieces to it is that their costs, a lot of times we can save on some of those costs when we do things like standardize our contracts. You see us do a lot of piggybacking on contracts. That helps with a lot of the legal pieces that this department uses to create some savings. What we have noted within this department was also because of the complexity and the varying legal needs that it felt like in-house counsel would not be sufficient to provide the services that would be necessary for facilities. So we also did some comparisons with neighboring districts. We noted 3 districts within our geographic area that have in-house legal: San Juan, Sac City, and Scoey. They shared that the majority of their work is related to due process. So that can be both HR and special ed, contract review, special education, and board-related questions. And then they all said that they do use outside counsel when they have specialized issues that are not common or not within the wheelhouse of their in-house counsel. Elk Grove, Galt, Natomas, and Twin Rivers all shared they do not have in-house legal counsel. I did speak to my colleague at Elk Grove who shared they used to. They went ahead and changed that model because of the fact of kind of what we feel is the situation is that because of the unique nature of each of our departments and the legal expertise necessary for that, they found that in-house counsel wasn't benefiting for them. So they actually created more of a compliance position to help kind of streamline and determine what needed to go to legal counsel and review some of the pieces that they could keep in-house. And so that was what they did. Our analysis for in-house legal counsel, I went on to Transparent California, looked at the districts that did have legal counsel, is somewhere around in the $250,000 to $300,000 range for the counsel. You have to remember that we do, because of we pay not only Social Security, but we also pay STRS and PERS and some of those, so our costs as a school district would be higher than maybe in the private sector. Additionally, would we need additional administrative support or any other support for training and other pieces with that counsel? That's not included in that potential cost. Okay. Some of the cost savings measures that the district identified, that staff identified, that we have shared with regards to saving on legal costs. We do access free legal support. We do get HR legal support through Patty Ayers, who is an attorney that is on counsel with we're both members of SIA and SIG, and so we use her for workers' comp and some other question areas that we have. She also helped with some of the COVID pieces, so there's help there. One of the things that the teams have done is training staff on common areas, legal areas that may create cost drivers or create issues that could create lawsuits. And so you can see special education works on the alternative dispute resolution. HR does training with the management team. Obviously, we do sexual harassment training, workplace pieces, all the pieces about how you do appropriate for employees when you, God, I'm falling asleep. When you have to write up employees or go through the discipline process, there's the word. And then facilities and business, one of the things we do is we use our SIA to help us review for liability on contracts. That's something they provide for free to ensure that we're insured appropriately. So we feel like as a district, we've done a lot of training internally. We have experts within our staff that we feel that we have taken a lot of capacity in-house. I think Dawn used the word, we've built up a lot of muscle from our experiences and our knowledge that we've built in a lot of layers that we feel that we're able to provide a lot of service in-house so that we're not using legal counsel as much as potentially you would at a district of our size. So summary, we're projecting legal to be around $700,000 next year. About 90% of the cost comes from those three primary departments that we talked about. Staff conclusion is that, for us, we feel that bringing in-house legal counsel, at least in the viewpoint of looking at cost, we don't feel that bringing the in-house legal counsel would be something that would be cost neutral. We think that probably would create an additional cost to the district, because we think that even if that person was able to provide service and maybe create cost savings, maybe reviewing our bills for potential issues or keeping us out of potential lawsuit situations because they're in the room having conversations with us, ultimately, because of the volume, that one person wouldn't be able to really take on a lot of the pieces that we would still have to send out for legal counsel. And so we don't think we could reduce our costs to offset the cost to bring that person in. That would be our thought. Now, we do think there are things we can do. We think there is an opportunity within our existing staff, but also our existing departments, but to maybe create additional capacity within those departments to bring in some more compliance pieces, to more review pieces, those things that we can do within our departments that we would hopefully eliminate some of the other litigation areas that we may have concerns about. The other thing is we'll continue always to monitor legal. If we see a spike or if we see an ongoing situation where we see growth, one of the areas that we do expect additional costs to come up is in Title IX, which is part of the due process system about sexual harassment. And so there is a whole investigation process and multiple people involved in that. We do believe that that's going to generate extra cost. And so as we analyze and determine exactly how we implement that as a district, there may be a need to look at some supports to be able to keep those costs lower by having that in-house versus outside. So.
All right. Questions from the board? Questions?
I have a few.
Yeah, Mr. Huey.
So, I'm familiar with, and as was on the slides too, quite a few districts that do have in-house counsel. And I'm wondering, what are the benefits of an in-house counsel?
Well, during our Budget Advisory Committee, there was some pieces identified. One was having someone in-house, so you have quick access to them, but also they have the ability to look at our bills, be able to analyze the services being provided, make sure we're getting value, review whether it needs to go to legal counsel or something we can do in-house, so there could be savings there. They're in the room with us, so they're available to us so that maybe we're not even aware we even need legal counsel, but maybe we're stepping in something that we're not aware of. That person can step up and say, hey, I think, we do want to do legal counsel, or we need to change the direction of that. So those are some of the pieces that were identified.
Okay. Just a couple more. We were talking about the potential then, or perhaps the need for this compliance position.
Yeah, I think there is a need for compliance, Title IX and some other pieces that we're talking about as well. That was something kind of identified.
And do we have any idea? I mean, we're saying right now it would be $250,000 to $300,000 for an in-house counsel. If that person was also doing the compliance, I don't know if that's more than would be possible for one person.
That's a good question. I guess, we'd have to look at the models on that. I think if you have a compliance person, that you don't have to have them to be an attorney.
Yeah.
So potentially that cost could be less if within range of, depending on the responsibilities of the position and the required expertise.
Okay, but I'm kind of assuming we're thinking that position wouldn't have the time to do anything other than the compliance, so.
I think that would be, the first year or so, that's what you're trying to determine is where the needs are, the value of that position, and what are the priorities within it.
Okay. Last thing for me on slide 6, if we can go there. This is under the HR, and typically we're working with attorneys on the first bullet point is negotiations. I'm familiar with other districts who have their lead negotiator as their lawyer does that for them. Is that a typical practice among school districts?
Not the districts I've worked in. It's not a practice here. And also, when we go to the table, typically our attorney doesn't go to the table with either CSE or FCEA, and they never bring an attorney to the table.
Is there a reason we don't bring one?
When I began here about 5 years ago, that was the practice, to have the attorney at the table. The model and the bargaining was very adversarial at that time. And so what we were trying to do is build more of a collaborative model of bargaining. And so sometimes we do bring, our attorney to the table when we're working on things that we feel we need that level of expertise. But when we don't feel we need that level of expertise, we don't bring an attorney.
Okay. Good. That's all the questions for me. Thanks.
Any other questions? Mr. Hoover? No? All right. I have indicated in prior years, as well as this year, my general support for having a general counsel. But that being said, I don't think it's the right time, but I probably will raise this issue in the future. Just a general observation. We're essentially, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, our budget is plus or minus $250 million. And we're probably one of the largest regional employers in this region as well. Find another corporation of that size and magnitude that does not have a general counsel, but at the same time, find another corporation of that size and magnitude that doesn't have a chief compliance officer, which we don't have, which was something that I recently, it came to my attention. And between the two, I think at this juncture, it's more important to have a chief compliance officer or someone who oversees compliance. And I wouldn't necessarily limit it just to Title IX or anything like that. I think it needs to be a broad scope compliance for all laws and regulations. So I actually think that that's the number one priority right now, not a general counsel. But I know that, sometimes I think folks minimize a potential attorney's ability to multitask in different subject matters. I don't think that, or actually I know that you could have a general counsel who would be very competent in issues, multiple issues, including HR, as well as various other areas of compliance. I would probably agree that on most cases, at least for facility, you probably would have to go to outside counsel. But I do think that it could potentially be cost neutral, but it could also be cost savings that isn't quantifiable, meaning, and you mentioned some of them, just having an attorney in the room to issue spot that a layperson may not pick up on issues. It's not like you're going to have your outside legal counsel sitting in your room on a day-to-day basis or in a cabinet meeting saying, wait a second. I do see a benefit, but not this year. So I would concur with staff opinion on that for the current year. But definitely very supportive of a chief compliance officer or something of that nature. So there's no public here. So I guess we can, yes. Oh, do we have someone online? Oh, Mr. Clark, do you have a question there?
No questions.
Okay. All right. So that takes us, that was a discussion item. Our final discussion item, first read, revisions to board bylaw 9320, meetings and notices. Superintendent.
Yes, we reviewed this board bylaw and the changes that were recommended by CSBA through our policy subcommittee recently. The main changes are actually on the last 2 pages of the policy that reflect the teleconferencing during a proclaimed state of emergency, which reflects new law, AB 361, and it basically covers 3 areas. It authorizes boards until January 1st, 2024 to conduct board meetings by teleconference without meeting certain requirements. Number 2, it includes that the district may at its discretion provide a physical location from which the public may attend or comment. And 3, provides that the board may continue to conduct meetings by teleconference during proclaimed states of emergency by a majority vote, finding within 30 days after teleconferencing for the first time and every 30 days thereafter. So I think we found a good way to deal with teleconferencing and still allow public participation in person and the virtual option. So I think we've been pretty robust in that respect, but this policy just captures the different options.
Okay. Board questions? Oh, hearing none. All right, so that's just for discussion. That will be coming back. So that moves us on to agenda item 15, superintendent's report.
Thank you. We had a lot of good information shared with us tonight, and I want to thank Alice and the team of Student Advisory Board members for all of your work in preparing the survey that went out to students, and then also the student forum, and I think really starting a venue that we can operationalize some actionable goals going forward. And I think it was very enlightening for all of us to hear some of the findings, and we look forward to continue working with the SAB team and future student board members too. So thank you for that. I want to thank all the staff in Folsom, Cordova that participated in Kids Day at the Park. Again, a wonderful representation of our district through probably 16 different booths, from preschool through adult, through all the different services that we provide for students and families. Again, very impressive. And it was great to see families out there having a wonderful time. Yesterday, our Folsom Cordova Charter School held its first annual picnic and celebration for their families, and it was for existing families, but also for future families, and it was a great way to promote another option for students and families. And I heard multiple times how parents are so appreciative of the option of our charter school, but also our teachers saying, we love teaching in this school and love the option. They also shared their student yearbook, and they did a fantastic job, and that's always fun for students to get their yearbook. So great job to our charter school. And then May 4th, next Wednesday, is our employee recognition ceremony, celebration. It's not a ceremony. It's going to be a fun get-together at Hagan Park. We invite all of our board members to be there, 4 to 6 o'clock. Again, that's Wednesday, May 4th. And it'll be a less formal way of coming together than we've done in the past, but a great way to check in with peers and celebrate all of our employees for an amazing year. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to board reports. Board Member Gal?
No report tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Hui?
I'll make it quick because I think I've already made these comments tonight, but I did just want to say a special thank you both to Angie for the A through G report, and so excited about that work that's going to happen. And Ms. Wessinger, thanks for putting together a report. I imagine it was a lot of work to do, and it was really helpful and enlightening. So please make sure you thank your team for me.
All right. Board Member Shorts?
Great meeting, lots of information. Thank you all for all the great presentations. So that's it. No other report.
Board Member Clark?
Yes, great meeting. I echo what the superintendent said about our staff at Kids Day in the Park. Had a great time out there, hanging out with the staff. Of course, the students from Mills Middle School and our mock program from Cordova did a great job volunteering out there. Also want to give kudos to our SAB board member Gal and putting together that student summit. I know it's an annual thing. I had an opportunity to bounce in all the rooms just to check out the dialogue and the conversation. And there were some good ones, good conversations. And I was thinking, why do we stop at having it once a year, maybe twice a year, maybe, spread it out and have our middle schools participate in one and our high schools participate in another. Just an idea. But I love the format the way it was this time around. I just look for more student participation, especially if there was, I think over 1,000 students participating in the survey. So anyway, kudos to you, Board Member Gal. And that's it. So we'll see you when I get back.
Sounds good. All right. Let's see. Board Member Hoover.
No report.
No report. And for myself, I just have to say, I was thinking about this tonight, that this felt remarkably like a very normal board meeting, albeit long, but normal, meaning like it could have taken place prior to COVID, which is, I like that. It feels like we're kind of back in our stride, working on issues where the predominant word used tonight was not COVID, which, is kind of refreshing that we're talking about. Yes, knock on wood. We're talking about issues related to public education. So that's very exciting. But I very much do appreciate the staff, for hanging in there with a late night, as well as all the presenters tonight. Again, reiterating what several of my board members indicated, a wealth of information tonight, very educational, and also to the students. I mean, you guys really kicked it off today. I mean, I think we spent a good 40 minutes on the student issues, and that's the way it should be. I mean, that's what we're here for, is the students. So thank you, Alice, to you and your team over there with the SAB. So that's all I have for tonight. So let's move to advanced planning, item 17. You have the next board meeting listed there, May 19th. You have the 12-month board calendar, and then the suggested future agenda items. And, we're getting a number of these crossed off. I always wanted to see transparency, and this, I don't think you can get more transparent than this. So, thank you, Superintendent, for that. But let me just see if there's anything that folks want potentially added. So let me start with Board Member Gal. No? Board Member Hui?
Yeah, a couple of things to ask about under this item, and I'll make it quick. One would be, I'm wondering, maybe there's already a plan for it, but in one of our June meetings, I would love to see data around learning loss since we've maybe made it through a full year. So things like suspension rates, and I wonder if we'll have DNF information by that point. I don't imagine we could base anything off of the fall semester because everything was just so different, but I would love to see this last semester. So if that's something we could add, shortly after school gets out, I'd be really interested in that. The only other thing, and I'm not sure this needs to be a future agenda item, but it would be something I'm interested in, is it's kind of struck me this last month, especially for our Muslim students, that we are celebrating Ramadan at the same time that we're doing state testing. I don't know if anybody's familiar with any studies around how our Muslim students tend to do compared with non-Muslim students statewide. But I would be curious to see if there are any studies, if that's something we can look into. And then whatever we can do if we need to advocate for our students that are Muslim and having to do tests maybe while they've been fasting throughout the day. I would hate to see that kind of keep them from getting the scores they deserve, as well as I know there's a lot that are taking English language tests and trying to, test out of those programs. So one more thing on that would be, also love to hear what we have done for our Muslim students, particularly in the secondary level, in terms of providing spaces for them to pray in the middle of the day and how we're handling the fasting. So any update on that would be great. No rush on that. I know that's probably take some time to look into. Thank you.
All right, so both sound like informational items, not action items, correct? Informational. All right, so we just need to have two more board members to agree that those are items they would like to bring forth.
I'm good with it.
Okay, and I am too, so.
So am I.
All right, if we could add those to the items, future agenda items. All right, let's see, Board Member Short.
No items.
No. Board Member Clark.
Not at this time, but it's coming.
Okay. Board Member Hoover.
Okay, sorry to drag this on a little bit, but I do have a couple things. And I first want to express some frustration, I think. When this board created a policy committee, the goal of that committee was to perfect and kind of refine ideas and then bring them to the board. In the last 2 months since we created it, I have asked for 3 items to be brought forward, and all 3 of those items were actually stopped in the policy committee. That is not the purpose of the policy committee, as I was supportive of. And so I would like to just state for the record that I think we need to reconsider either how our policy committee is operating, or we need to reconsider having a policy committee. I think there could be value in a policy committee based on how we proposed it, but I do not believe that it is currently operating the way we proposed it, or the way Mr. Reed proposed it. And so, it's a little frustrating. We used to be able to put forward agenda items and actually discuss them in a board meeting. Now they don't even come to the board because they get stuck in a policy committee, which I think is not the purpose of it. So I'm going to reiterate 2 of the things that I've previously asked for. The first is I would like a discussion item that I would like to see lead to an action item on creating a budget cap for school facility projects based on a thorough analysis of surrounding similarly sized recent projects. I am not suggesting that this budget cap be a hard cap. I am suggesting that our school facilities, such as our high schools and our middle school facilities, have a budget goal, and anything over that cap or over that goal must be approved by the board. I'm not suggesting that we can't go over that number, but there needs to be board oversight over what that spending, what happens with that spending. So I'm going to once again renew that request to discuss first a policy, and I'm willing to let staff draft it, but this is the policy that I would like to see, that we have an actual budgetary cap on our projects based on a thorough analysis and board approval over that number. So I would like to see that. And then also, it's been quite a long time. The resolution's already drafted. I would like to see the default for this district be a competitive bond sale for when we sell bonds. We already have a resolution drafted to this effect. It doesn't take any extra work really on the part of staff. And I would like to see that come as a discussion item and then an action item if there's consensus. Thank you.
President?
Yes, Mr. Sharp.
I want to talk about that a little bit. Just for the record, I think there's a little clarity for Mr. Hoover here. The policy committee is working fine. This is a new item for us to kind of figure out what we're doing. What I've reiterated, and I think when I was president several times, when an agenda item comes to the board, it has to be a consensus. The ones that you're talking about, there was no consensus of the board. It was taken in, it went straight to the president, went to policy. Nobody had a vote on it. So I think now we have it on the table to talk about it. I think this is appropriate now. So the policy committee is not the issue. It was actually how we agendize things. This is new, so I think there's a little confusion. It's in our board policy and guidelines. If you look at section, I think 4, 5, and 6, you corroborate between those two. It actually articulates exactly what we need to do, and we've been doing it for years. It's usually a thumbs up or something like we just did with Mr. Clark on the last one. That's what did not happen in the press. This has suggested future items. You can ask, you can put on there, but actually formally to get it as an action item, it has to be a consensus. I'm not done.
Yeah.
Can I speak?
Sure.
Okay.
Thought you were done.
Also on the bond committee, on the bonds, that's a rehash thing that we talked about over the years, and our policies are already articulated. It would be duplicative. It would be, I think, not a very use of time for this board to talk about it. That resolution was brought up a while back by another board member before they exited out of here. It really is not going to be, I just want the board to understand it's going to be duplicate, and I don't think it'd be a really good time. Competitive, we do that now. We've done the last 2 bonds competitive. I've been watching that over the years, and there was no really any great windfall that we expected a competitive not. The way our policy reads now, it already articulates exactly what that resolution is. So I would suggest the board not to go that route. Also, on the other one, you're talking about construction. Every region, and I'm in the industry, has a cost of index construction costs, just like we're talking about. If you start capping things, it's going to hamstring our staff and our industry to really actually save taxpayers money. So to me, it's just like almost like big government trying to cap things and do things. It's not going to be flexible. The way we do things now in construction, we have Matt doing an excellent job of doing it. Putting a cap, I think, would be a hindrance to this district. It would not save taxpayers money.
Actually, hold on one second. First of all, I have to apologize to Mr. Hoover. That was my mistake. I should have identified that we had 3 votes when you first brought that up. I did not. We went back and looked at the videotape. I thought I did. But so on these 2 items, let's see if we have 3 votes to move it forward.
Well, can I ask a point of clarification?
Yes. Yeah.
So our board policy discusses, states that a board member can put forward an item for the agenda. I'm not asking for an action item. So I think this discussion should happen as a discussion item. That's where we develop consensus for an action item.
Yeah, and that's actually what I was just going to suggest. Yeah. Rather than having a policy debate on this item under advanced planning is probably not the right place to have a policy discussion. It's under a discussion item. In order to get it on the agenda, I just want to see, we would not be making any decisions. It would not be an action item, just be for discussion. would 3 board members be supportive of these 2 items being on agenda so that we can have a policy discussion about
Mr.
it?
President, can I go back to the board guidelines? That's not what it says. Any new idea, anything, it doesn't be a discussion, it has to be a consensus.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm looking.
You're asking for it just to be a discussion, but not an action, so it's actually a discussion. If it's suggested, I have no problem with that, but just go, I encourage the board to go read the guidelines. You have to cooperate in 3 sections.
Right.
It's just
So-
even an idea.
Do we have a majority that would be willing to put this on a future agenda for discussion?
I'm fine with that.
You're fine with it? I'm fine with it as well.
The first one, yes. The second one, no.
Okay, so we have at least a majority for both of those to be a
Mr.
discussion.
President, can I also make a suggestion? Instead, we can make a discussion. Some of these items are very complicated. I would suggest from new board members, maybe we have a workshop or presentation before we go into resolutions or policy committee or anything like that, because these items are complicated. It took 2 or 3 meetings to even get the board to understand. Last time was senior board members. These are not simple items.
No, I would agree with you, Mr. Short, that I think it would be very appropriate to have a presentation, a staff presentation on these 2 items that would invite board questions to delve into the item more. I agree with you. So does that make sense, Superintendent?
I understand, and I think bringing the clarity and discussion around the procedures is important too. So we're consistent going forward, because the way that we're doing this to be more transparent is a little bit different, and I think we're still kind of learning our way through it. Just the one thing that I want us all to be mindful of is staff's time too, to put this information together. As you can see tonight, staff worked really hard in many different areas preparing the information, and many of those were board suggested and very valuable presentations. But, we have 1 meeting in May, 2 in June, and then we have summer break. So, and we've got some things to wrap up the year too, as you're hearing us bringing discussion items forward. So just if you can give us the grace to figure out the timeline for those items to come back as either a presentation or discussion based on our workload between now and the end of the year. So I wish we could do it all now.
I don't think any of them have a hard timeline.
Okay.
So.
Okay. I
Again,
think,
my
Mr. Hui,
apologies
we'll
for
look
that.
at your data piece in June. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Good enough. And then finally, for myself, I was thinking as the students were doing their presentation this evening, and you know how I like to come up with ideas. So I'm not sure if this is a future agenda item or just maybe a thought to share with the staff and SAB. But I definitely heard that the students wanted to have more, wanted to be heard. They wanted to have more interaction with the board. I was almost wondering if we could create a modern version of a suggestion box for students. Maybe it's an e-suggestion box that is designed for the students to communicate with the board members and provide us with suggestions. I don't know what that would look like, but it's something, I thought that it could be fairly simple, I would think, to create. But at least for a dialogue. Again, I don't know if it needs to be a board agenda item as much as maybe the superintendent and her staff, brainstorming it with SAB and see if there's a kernel of an idea there that might be feasible. So, all right. All right, let's see, that is it. So that takes us to, all right, we finished all of our items in closed session, so we could skip items 18 and 19 and 20 and 21, and that takes us to adjournment. So if there is no objection, we will adjourn the meeting by unanimous consent. Is there an objection? Hearing none, we're adjourned.
All right.